baby, how was school today?
Mom, these kids at school kept making fun of me and they kept calling my hair nappy. Why, Mom?
Tootie, look, just read this book and it'll tell you everything you need to know.
There's another N-word we throw around in and out of the black community called nappy. We have taken that word like the other N-word, nigger, and made it a word of adornment. I have heard the word nappy my entire life, which was used to insult, degrade, and hurt someone. This word is a derogatory term that was used in our ancestors to insult them.
Available now.
I love myself.
Same tree, different brand.
I hope you love yourself, because love is only love when you love somebody else.
What hair looks like after slavery. Transatlantic slave trade. The transatlantic slave trade by the European changes everything for Central and West Africans. Let's briefly talk about the transatlantic slave trade. The Portuguese and later the English, the French, and the Dutch got involved in enslaving Africans in large parts of West Africa, the Gulf Coast of Guyana, and the Congo River Basin, were significant areas of human exports to the Americas, mostly to sugar plantations in the Caribbean. By the late 17th century, the so-called triangle trade developed. European ships loaded with guns, textiles, tobacco, and manufacturing goods sailed to Africa slave ports and traded those goods for captives. European slave traders then took those Africans to the New World where they were sold. With that money, the European purchased staples such as sugar, tobacco, rum, and coffee, then sold for enormous profits back in Europe. The profits was often reinvested in other goods to be traded for captives back in Africa, and so on. If you want more in-depth information on the transatlantic slave trade, I recommend you read Hugh Thomas' book titled The Slave Trade, the story of the Atlantic slave trade 1440 through 1870. This is a thick book, roughly 912 pages, and worth sacrificing some of your time to read. The book is almost the same price as a supersized combo from a fast food restaurant, destroying the image of African hair. Europeans who had traded and communicated with Africans knew the complexity and the significance of black hair. They were often struck by the various hairstyles that they saw within each community. In an effort to dehumanize and break the African spirit, Europeans shaved the heads of enslaved Africans upon arrival to the Americas. This was not merely a random act, but a symbolic removal of African culture. The shaving of the hair represents the removal of any trace of African identity and further acts to dehumanize.
Good afternoon, everybody. Jeremiah and Boca, Lafayette, it's your boy Sean P in the place to be, man. Just want to let everybody know that you are now tuned into the Master Warrior Clan YouTube channel. Please like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. We got some business to tend to. Before we get started fully, and as people make up their mind if they're going to tap in or not, do want to clear up something real quick. From what I am told, because I haven't watched the show and I'm not going to watch it and I'm not really into that, but Khalil said that the Abos did use the video from last night from Not a Coincidence's channel. That video where we were scolding Sha One, and they took that as an opportunity to say that we were arguing amongst ourselves. Let me just be clear to you, Aboriginal power, Mr. Y'all use the white man shit, and then you turn around and you're fully aligned with a nut from Florida. It ain't spewed nothing but bullshit. What we did with Shah yesterday was not Pan-Africans arguing. There's no split, divide, or none of that. There's no hatred for Shah. It was scolding. It's like, you know what I mean? We're older than Shah. The majority of the panel was older than Shah. Shah's like the little brother. So it's like sometimes you got to beat up on your little brother to toughen him up. Type of a deal. We ain't no hate for him, or there's no imbalance among the what you want to call Pan-Africans. You don't even understand what you're saying. You're pan-pseudo. So you need to leave Shah one out of your mouth. And you need to pay better attention to what we're talking about. Because you too could learn a thing or two from us. What are you talking about? No, I started right on time. But anyway, yeah, I get my haircut tomorrow. I'll do this facial hair shit. Today we're going to discuss the haplogroup that originates in Africa found outside that helped populate the world. I want to make sure that we're very clear about something that this disingenuous, marvelous dude kept doing. Now, for those of you who have not tuned in to Not a Coincidence's channel, I am going to bring you up to speed real quick in about a minute or two. We were on a panel. We were discussing some science. Some guy was in the chat. He was trying to refute the things that were said on the panel. We were discussing DNA. And when he got on the panel, we were talking about origins and we were talking about haplogroups and moving on from there. Well, this guy argued that the L3 haplogroup originated outside the continent simultaneously as it did on the continent. Now, when he said that originally, right, I immediately said that is not possible. He says that yes, it is, that he has a source. And I said, okay, let's read the source. We go back and forth a little bit before we actually get the goddamn source. And we're looking at the wiki page, and wiki, in the origin section of wiki, it tells you the origins of the haplogroup. Well, this dude kept scrolling over to the right. And I want to take everybody to that because even though I did this shit yesterday on Not a Coincidence's show, I need to make sure that it's actually present. Now, he acted like that no one else could talk to him, only Bobby Banger. He was the only one that had some sense or enough respect that he could engage in a conversation. And he wanted to dominate that conversation because he wanted to speak the majority of the time and not listen, right? To not be retorted and shown that he lacks comprehension. Now, other people that were in the chat following the discussion knew exactly what was happening. However, when this was pulled up, he immediately said this. Scroll over to the right. And it's going to tell you the origins. Here's his argument. Everybody should be able to see it. I want to zoom in. He kept arguing this. Possible place of origin, East Africa or Asia. Then he wanted to run down through each subclade and say, or haplogroup, subclade, and say, well, this is this, this is this, this and this. This is the only one that can have a possible origin outside. So Bobby clicked on it, right? and just kind of ran through everything and wanted to talk to them about it. Now, they read this 600 times. This was read 600 times. The origin. The dude would not concede. Now, the reason that he would not concede because there's a $100 bet on the table. I was done 2 weeks ago because I showed him that L3 originated in East Africa. The article is telling you right here. You look closely, it tells you that L3 haplogroup originated in East Africa, and then it tells you around then. I went on further to say what they're talking about, that the origin that is outside of Africa are M and N haplogroups. Look at this. Proposed migration route depicting the origin of L3 in Africa and its dispersal both out and within the continent, with 2 possible models depicted. Haplogroup N differentiates from L3 in Africa. It differentiates from L3 in Africa with a subsequent spread out of Africa, and differentiation of haplogroup M from L3 outside of Africa. Haplogroups M and M diverge from L3 outside of Africa after the expansion of L3 from the continent. Later migrations during the Upper Paleolithic and Neolithic led some lineages back to North Africa. He didn't read that. He didn't continue that. His contention is the fact that it says or. Why does it say or right here? Because in this, look what it says. Ancient dispersals of haplogroup L3. Its descendant M and N lineages and other mtDNA clades. So when it says or here, it has to say that because these 2 clades did not mutate on the continent of Africa. They mutated elsewhere. Hold on. Okay. Trying to sell some puppies. All right. So that's all this is saying here in short and summary, and he refused to understand that. I ain't gonna need no facial hair this winter. So what I'm gonna do today is something specific for y'all. This will be interesting. I'm gonna take you back to a conversation that we had once before regarding a book. We were actually reading this text, and then I just stopped kind of dealing with it. It's called African Genius on the Hominid Evolution. There's a multiplicity of authors. It's 607 pages. It's in the description of the video, and I have the page in which I am referring to. All right, I am going to do a single page, and I'm just going to give you a little bit of the abstract of this particular article, and I'm not going to get into too much of it. Well, I'm going to give you this part. I want to talk about just a little bit of this before I get into my bill. And then I need to find me some cheeks to clap. Africa has played a key role in the evolution of recent humanity. Y'all like that joke? As it has throughout human evolution. For the most part, this understanding was not appreciated in the earlier half of the 20th century, when it was quite rare to focus on the origin of recent humanity as a particular question of interest. Modern thinking on the subject began with a seminal paper by Prosh, summarizing his dissertation. Prosh's argument was that people resembling recent humans were found in Africa earlier than anywhere else, and therefore modern humans must have originated there. While not all of Prosh's work was held up over the years, this paper has done so. Many, perhaps most, of the dates he proposed have withstood the test of time. This fundamental point was accepted and repeated by some of Prosh's German colleagues. For instance, Breyer, who came to argue that Europeans must be of African descent. Yes, you heard that correctly. A white man, a German, and another European came to argue, outside of the other people that have came to argue, that Europeans must be of African descent, much as Dar had proposed earlier, but armed with evidence from the dates Prost published. So I want you to check the scientific process. Prost proposed some stuff that later evidence would be used to push it further through another person. So, in arguing for African origins, neither Prost nor Breyer contended the early humans of modern form in Africa imply unique African origins. Theories of modern human origins have not yet diverged on this point. Multi-regional evolution, in its center and age contention, also proposed that Africa was a significant source of new genetic variation. I need you to keep that in mind. During human evolution, because the most Pleistocene, the predominant direction of gene flow was from the more densely occupied African center to the more sparsely occupied peripheries, peripherals, I don't know why I say that, but of human range. The dominance of African population size for most of the Pleistocene has widely discussed consequences. Now, remember this part right here. Multi-regional evolution, center and edge contention. Also proposed that Africa was a significant source of new genetic variation during human evolution. Just that part right there, Africa, the center, is a key reference for multi-regional. All of that right there. One more time. Center and edge contention also proposed that Africa was a significant source of new genetic variation. Remember, multi-regional evolution, center and edge contention, a significant source of new genetic variation. I'm trying to drill it home so you can catch it. Now, there was an older alternative hypothesis about modern human origins, interpreting recent and living humans as representing a distinct species with great antiquity. The idea of unique evolutionary origin for a modern human species, Homo sapiens sapiens, also originated in German-speaking world, and there is a strong intellectual thread from Haeckel and the theory of human origins on the lost continent of Lemuria to Haus, and then to Tattersall. The central contention in this thread is that recent humans are the latest population of ancient species evolving in parallel with other hominid species now extinct. I got something for Shy, but I don't really want to bring it out. I want to see how far he want to go before he want to get in the ring about this whole shit. But anyway, what brought African origins and human origins together was the contention of recency. The theory of African origin for a recently evolved modern human species. The most important basis for this synthesis was the interpretation of mitochondrial DNA studies, that the ancestors of recent humans first appeared in Africa and replaced other populations because they were a new species that could not and did not interbreed. The subsequent explanation that replaced without mixture accounted for recent populational origins was quickly accepted by some paleoanthropologists, beginning with Stringer and Andrews. So, in this chapter, they talk specifically about anatomical and genetic evidence that addresses the issue of unique recent African origins for living humanity. Let me go down just a little bit. All right. I want to give you just a little brief understanding here. Yep, Neanderthals is in here, and they talk about certain things. But like I said, I know I might tap in, might not. Who gives a shit if he does or don't? But if he does, I don't want to say it because he tapped in. I want to see how far he want to take his pseudoisms. So, Hold on, let me get to it. In this entire article, right, at the start of this, because this is building on everything. Remember, this article addresses DNA, but more importantly, it talks about the African origins. So I need y'all to keep that in mind. There's an epicenter, which is where L0 is, and then there's mutations that happen on the continent, which would give us distinct variations or clades, and then you have a dispersal that happens in multiple waves, which would account for the outer Africa. I need you to keep that in mind, because what's important here is the Neanderthal also has a significant place in this stuff happening. All right, so hold on, let me see where we at. Oh, we're talking about TMI. Please. Ain't nothing TMI about that. All right, I want to bring you to an article written in the Cell. It talks about the making of African mtDNA. You should be able to see this. I shouldn't have to click off, but I am going to click off and reshare because I don't need to go back to the book at this particular juncture. I can, but I don't want to. So that should look a little bit better. What up, Keenan? You out there in that box truck, ain't you? Now, this is a 30-page article. Not a 16-page article. We ain't going to page 5. We ain't doing none of that. Because I can show y'all some shit if I wanted to. But I'm going to be nice. So, let's look at the abstract of the article. African presence, the most complex genetic picture of any continent. African presence, the most complex genetic picture of any continent with a time depth for mitochondrial DNA lineages 100,000 years. The most recent widespread demographic shift within the continent was most probable in the Bantu dispersal, which archaeological and linguistic evidence suggests originated in West Africa 3,000 to 4,000 years ago, spreading both east and south. Here, we have carried out a thorough phylogeographic and analysis of mtDNA variations in a total of 2,847 samples from throughout the continent, including 307 new sequences from the Southeast African Bantu speakers. The results suggest that the Southeast Bantu speakers have a compositive origin in the maternal line of descent, with 44% of the lineages deriving from West Africa, 21% from either West or Central Africa, 30% from East Africa, 5% from Southern African Khoisan speaking groups. The ages of the major founder types of both West and East African origin are consistent with the likely timing of the Bantu dispersal, with those from the West somewhat predating those. Dang, they all over my resume. Those from the East. Despite this composite picture, the Southeastern African Bantu groups are indistinguishable from each other with respect to their mtDNA, suggesting that they either had a common origin at the point of entry into Southeastern Africa or have undergone very extensive gene flow since. So this is the making of the African mtDNA landscape. All right. So there's an introduction, of course. In the introduction, I'm going to read the first paragraph. It states, archaeological and fossil evidence. I'm going to say that again. Let me zoom in. Archaeological and fossil evidence suggests that modern humans originated in Africa during the Middle Stone Age. You remember there was someone saying yesterday on that same live, so what is your evidence for? 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 Right? They kept saying that, but you don't have evidence for that or that. Yeah, okay, all right. So archaeological and fossil evidence suggests that modern humans originated in Africa during the Middle Stone Age during the warm phase of oxygen isotope stage 5E. Do y'all know what oxygen isotope stage 5E means? Or somewhat earlier. There are signs of modern human behavior from 70,000 years ago, which become more fully apparent from 40,000 years ago with the onset of the late Stone Age. Excuse me. In West Africa, the Middle Stone Age and Late Stone Age are poorly understood, but East, Central, and Southern Africa provide evidence of regional traditions dating back to the Acheulean 200,000 plus or minus years ago. North Africa has had a distinct history oriented more towards the Mediterranean since the late Pleistocene. The beginning of a permanent settlements in Africa can be dated about 18,000 years ago in favorable environments afforded by the Nile Valley. Agriculture and horticulture arose much later, that at several different locations during the Holocene, Egypt, fusion from the Far East, the Ethiopian highlands, the Sahel Savannah, and West Africa, each region developed a distinct package of crops, although with the exception of the Guinea fowl. There are no indigenous sub-Saharan domesticated animals. All of the African domesticates arose north of the equator and were introduced to the south relatively late. Because of rather poor state of archaeological understanding, especially within the tropical forest zone, linguistics has played a large role in African history. They use Greenberg, of course, who proposed that continental African languages fall into 4 major phyla. We don't have to accept this shit, but for the sake of the argument, I'm skipping all of that. It has been suggested that the initial development of the first 3 families took place somewhere between the Sahara and the equatorial forest. Niger-Congo and Nilo-Saharan may even share a common ancestor. I don't know how they do this shit. This is annoying. The distribution of Khoisan languages may have extended before the Bantu diaspora to present-day Ethiopia and Sudan. This is surmised from the presence of small groups of people speaking click language, isolates in Tanzania, and so forth. Now, more controversial from the presence of click consonants in some languages is in Kenya and Ethiopia, and references therein. Also cited in supporting the archaeological evidence for putative continent late Stone Age complex stretching throughout Southern and East Africa, a concept which has, however, perceived a point of criticism from Phillipson, including skeleton remains. Let me not bore y'all. So now you know that this shit is talking about expansions and the time period between 3,000 and 4,000 years ago, but then going further back. It lists the materials and methods that are used in this particular conversation that this particular article that is being under discussion. All right. And of course, no one should ask me for the source. You should know exactly where the source is. All right. Now, hold on one second. All of this is other stuff that I don't want to get into. All right, so why we here? We're here to talk about this shit. Let me zoom out a little bit. Right? This is the mtDNA skeleton showing the schematic phylogenetic of African haplogroups used in the present paper to classify HVS1 sequences. The skeleton includes HVSI and some coding region RFLPs with an arrow pointing in the direction of the site again. So if this was Africa, well, if this was a site area, you can see the L2, the L1 here, the L2 and 3 here. Then you see shit coming from everywhere else and going all out of here. And then from L3, you get M and N. But from L3, you get all of these other alphabetic shits and numbers. You're not going to understand this chart if I turn it sideways. It's some sequences on the next few pages. It's really different. But since we're really big on reading results all of a sudden, for some people that don't watch our shows, we do read the results. We actually read the entire articles. I'm going to read the results. So it says, we determined the HVSI mtDNA sequences from each of the 307 Southeastern African individuals. Of the 115 different HVSI mtDNA sequences types, 95% credible, 67 or 58 to 95% credible region were found only once, whereas several occur at higher frequencies, 3 types. From haplogroups L1A, L2 account for 32% to 95% CR of the total. And these 3 types are common in all of the 16 populations analyzed. I know y'all like, what the fuck are you talking about? Exactly. Right? To summarize the variability accumulated in the Southeastern African sequences, sequence diversity was computed for all the populations analyzed and was compared with that of the other African populations. Most populations analyzed here showed similar values for index ranging from 1.000 in Nguna to 0.890 in Sina. Almost all these ethnic groups display similar diversity, and the average sequence diversity value for the Southeastern African sample is 0.957. These numbers are comparable with those of the African regions. And then you can see, for instance, the Western and Eastern populations in the table 3. The average number of pairwise nucleotide differences was also similar to those of other sub-Saharan populations. The Chagamese D values are slightly negative, but are non-significant. Sean, what the hell does that have to do with the whole origin argument? All right, so as you can see here, this chart about African influenced population and percentages. So let me move down just a little bit so y'all can see what the hell this article has to do. We're laying a foundation brick by brick. All right. And I don't want to go over nobody's head, but you know, L3 is here in the US. How did the L3 get to the US? It migrated with who? Right? Let me turn this sideways. Let me zoom out. If you see white, that is Eurasia. If you see red, that is America. If you see yellow, that's north. Blue is west. A little off yellow is central. Green is east. Southeast is orange. South is pink. Red is America, where these haplogroups show up. Okay. So you can pause the video, you can look at it, or you can just go in the description and find a damn source, and you can look at this for yourself. All right. So it's just basically giving you hold on, let me go back. These maps that we're talking about are describing the lineages and then showing you where this stuff is coming from. So as you can see here in green, which is east, you see a lot of L3F, L3F1, L3G, L3B1, or 2, or L3B. There's a lot of in these color coding patterns that are showing you East Africa. And then they're also showing you these clades showing up in America, showing up in the Southeast, and of course in West Africa. Hold on. Let me get to the oops. This thing got a really long conclusion, but I'm trying to get to before it ends. Where my part at? I should have highlighted it. I'm gonna come back to this in a minute. The origin of these expansions may lie earlier, at the beginning of the later Stone Age, 40,000 years ago. Archaeological evidence has demonstrated substantial human activity in the equatorial forest area, for example, in Cameroon and Equatorial Guinea 35,000 years ago. So a lot of West Africa gonna come up under this L shit. There are 2 small sister clades, L3E3 and L3E4. L3E3 is primarily West African. But with its root type present at elevated frequencies in the southeast and with some southeastern African derivatives. The Kikuyu derivative again raises a possible connection within the eastern stream. The L3E4 is present in East, Central, and West Africa with one individual in the southeast, but it is too rare to draw a conclusion from. Now, all of this stuff here, from L3 to L3A, B, C, D, E, and all of this shit right here, remember, L3 is the contention point. L3 is the contention point. We here define two previous unlabeled subclades of L3A, L3F, and L3G. The lineages remaining with L3 represent 20% of all L3A types in Africa. Although they are distributed throughout the continent, they reach the highest frequencies in East Africa, where they account for about half of all types from this region. This frequency profile suggests an origin for L3 in East Africa. I didn't want to do it, but I'm just trying to drill home the point that L3 is in East Africa. This is supported by the evidence that the out of Africa migration, which took place back a source in East Africa 60 to 80,000 years ago, gave rise only to the L3 lineages. So now you have the L3 lineages, and everything that I mentioned earlier now begins to come into play. Both L3F and L3G are rare and also appear to have an East African origin. L3F and L3G are virtually restricted to East Africa, with some dispersal in the Central Africa, Southeastern Africa, and the Near East. The subclade L3F1 appears to have spread at an earlier date into West Africa, is correspondingly also better represented in African Americans. L3F1, African Americans. Of particular interest is the fact that, as noted above, the small Hadza sample from Tanzania are largely L3G, with a small fraction of L2. They entirely lack the Khoisan diagnostic L1D and L1K lineages. By contrast, the commoner haplogroup L3B is predominantly West African, with a substantial representation again in African Americans. It is spilled over into the North Africa and into the Near East. There is very little dispersal into either East Africa or Central Africa, but several derived types are present in Southeastern Africa. Its sister clade, L3D, is also mainly West African and African American. A number of types are found in Southeast Africa, including the one type, L3D1, matching the Fulbe lineages. At considerably elevated frequency, a second type, L3D3, is not seen in our Southeastern African sample, but occurs at high frequencies in the South in both the Kwi and the Kong, and matches the type apparently found at a high frequency in the Hero, not included in the network here because of sequence ambiguities. This likely arose in a Bantu population and spread later in the Khoisan speakers simply since a single one-step derivative is present at the southeast. This weighs against the pre-Bantu expansion into the south, which would only be supported if some clades outside of L1D, L1K, with the northern origin were present in Khoisan speakers, but not in the Bantu speakers. The arrival in the southeast indeed appears to have been very recent, since most southeastern and non-indigenous southern types have West African matches or derivatives. So you have L3, and then you have the subclades, L3A, L3B, L3C, D, E, E, F, right? We're going through all of that before we ever get to M and N, and all of this is transpiring on the continent of Africa. That is all this is saying. So let's open up the can of whoop ass. Hold on. Do I want to go to that yet? I need to move this so that laptop. All right, so real quick. This is the expansion of mtDNA haplogroup L3 within and out of Africa. This abstract basically says that although fossil remains show that anatomically modern humans dispersed out of Africa into the Near East 100 to 130,000 years ago, genetic evidence from extinct populations have suggested that non-African descended primarily from a single successful later migration. Within the human mitochondrial DNA tree, haplogroup L3 encompasses not only many sub-Saharan Africans, but also all ancient non-African lineages. And its age, therefore, provides an upper bound for the dispersal out of Africa. An analysis of 369 complete African L3 sequences places this maximum at 70,000 years ago, virtually ruling out a successful exit before 74,000 years ago, the date of the Toba volcanic super eruption in Sumatra. You remember people, I think Unc was talking about failed, right? We never talk about the failed expansions, but there was several failed, migrations, not expansions, but migrations. But let's go a little bit further. So the similarity of the age of L3 and its two non-African daughter haplogroups M and N. What? Say it again. The similarity of the age of L3 to its two non-African daughter haplogroups M and N suggest that, look, let me zoom in. I don't want no faking, no fronting. Suggests that the same process was likely responsible for both the L3 expansion in Eastern Africa and the dispersal of a small group of modern humans out of Africa to settle the rest of the world. So, for clarity's sake, L3 and the L3 and its two non-African daughter haplogroups. So if L3 is the father or the mother, if L3 is the mother, M and N are the daughters to the mother. Where's the mother from? Because M and N are non-African. And then it goes back and tell you the L3 expansion in Eastern Africa. The timing of the expansion of L3 suggests a link to improved climatic conditions about 70,000 years ago in Eastern Central Africa, rather than the symbolically mediated behavior, and with evidently arose considerably earlier. The L3 mtDNA pool within Africa suggests a migration from Eastern Africa to Central Africa 60 to 35 years ago, and a major migration in the immediate post-glacial, again linked to climate. The largest population size seen in the L3 data is 3,000 to 4,000 years in Central Africa, corresponding to the Bantu expansion, leading diverse L3 lineages to spread into Eastern and Southern Africa in the last 3,000 to 2,000 years. So let me be ignorant for a moment. I won't be ignorant. I deserve to be ignorant. I don't care what y'all talking about. Because this dude got a problem. So I want to be ignorant. When I said I want to be ignorant, I wanted to be ignorant. Where y'all think this from? Look at this shit. Clyde Winters, the African origin of mtDNA haplogroup M1. Is he right? Is he wrong? Clyde Winters argues right here that the aim of this study is to determine the geographical origin of haplogroup M1, Controversy surrounds the origin and expansion of M1 haplogroup. Some researchers believe that M1 macrohaplogroup originated in Asia and represents a backflow to Africa, while other researchers believe that HGM1 is an African origin. Stop. When I said I wanted to be ignorant, I really wanted to be ignorant, because M does not have African origins, and neither does N. We just cleared that up in a well-written article in the Cell and another article that supported it. But because I wanted to be ignorant, I wanted to show people what type of time I'm on. I'm on this type of time. Don't use Clyde Winters for none of your motherfucking work. He tried to make everything African. And that's part of the problem that we're having today. But the truth of the matter is simply this. When you read stuff like this, it shows you where he does not have the science understood, because we simply have enough evidence to turn this all around. Now, he has not updated this paper. He has not retracted this paper. And where he published it at, I don't even think that it exists in there anymore. And I don't know nothing about Governor State University, University Park, Illinois. I think that's in his garage. Let me get back to science. All right, so in this article right here, it talks about Indo-European. And look what it says in the title of this article. Recent African origin with hybridization and back to Africa 70,000 years ago. So we're talking before and after. Okay? Now remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is talking about Indo-European. It talks about the L3 basal lineage. So real quick, the background. The main unequivocal conclusion after 3 decades of phylogeographic mtDNA studies, and it's saying the same shit from yesterday. Yes, it is. Studies in African origin of all extinct modern humans, in addition to southern coastal route, has been argued to explain. Yeah, you heard the damn southern coastal route again. Argued to explain the Eurasian colonization of the African pioneers based on the age of macrohaplogroup L3, from which all maternal. Listen to this. Let me zoom in. Zoom in. What is she coming from? Please say this real slow. From which all maternal Eurasians and the majority of African lineages originate. The out of Africa event has been dated around 60 to 70,000 years ago. On the opposite side, we have a proposed northern route through Central Asia across the Levant for the expansion, and consistent with the fossil record. So there's a fossil record that is consistent, right? We have dated it around 125,000 years ago to help bridge differences between the molecular and fossil record ages. In this article, we assess the possibility that mtDNA macrohaplogroup L3 matured in Eurasia and returned to Africa as a basal L3 lineage around 70,000 years ago. The results, since this motherfucker kept on to talk about results. The coalescence ages of the Eurasian M and N and African lineage L3, both around 71,000, are not significantly different. The oldest M and N Eurasian clades are found in Southeastern Asia instead of near of Africa, as expected by the southern route hypothesis. The split of the Y chromosome composite DE haplogroup is very similar to the age of the mtDNA L3, and a Eurasian origin and back migration to Africa has been proposed for the African Y chromosome haplogroup E. Inside the African frequency, the distribution of maternal L3 and paternal E lineages are positively correlated. This correlation is not fully explained by geographic or ethnic affinities. This correlation rather seems to be the result of a joint and global replacement of the old autonomous male and female African lineages by the new Eurasian incomers. So what you talking about, Willis? The results are congruent with the model proposed in out of Africa migration into Asia following the northern route of early anatomical modern humans carrying pre-L3 mtDNA lineages around 125,000 years ago. Subsequent diversification of pre-L3 into the basal lineages of L3 are returned to Africa and Eurasian fully modern humans around 70,000 years ago carrying the basal L3 lineages, and the subsequent diversification of Eurasian remaining L3 into M and M lineages in the outside of African context, and the second Eurasian global expansion by 60,000 years ago, most probable out of the Southeast Asia. Climatic conditions and the presence of Neanderthals and other hominids might have played significant roles in these human events. Moreover, recent studies based on ancient DNA and whole genome sequencing are also compatible with this hypothesis. I ain't gonna go no further than where I needed to go right there, because someone's tripping with no map. So let me continue to beat a dead horse. I knew you were coming back. Hey, Marvelous is full of shit. Yep. I'm tired of it, bro. Tired of it. So here's a genetic perspective of African prehistory. You seen that word pre-L3 and stuff like that come up, right? But what I don't want to do is I don't want to go through another abstract. Just saying the same shit we've been saying the entire time, right? But I want to get specific. I want to talk about this part right here. The other half of the human mtDNA tree has a much more complex genealogy and distribution, with the subclade distributed throughout Central, Eastern, and West Africa, as well as more recently North Africa and the rest of the world. This L16 clade is also much more frequent overall than L0 throughout Africa, even in most of Southern Africa, where L0 is found at its highest frequencies. L16 then splits into L1, mainly found in Central Africa, or L26. The latter then splits once again into L26 and L5. Haplogroups L5 is very rare and only found in Eastern Africa. L26 then further divides L2 and L36, with L2 most likely originating in Central or West Africa, and L36 in East Africa, figured 2D for L3. Haplogroups L3 also includes two major subclades that are most likely of Central and West African origin, L3B, L3D. These geographic splits in the tree represent the most ancient potential dispersals that we can detect in the mitochondrial record. L3 also includes two subclades, haplogroups M and N, which include all of the non-African, Eurasian, and Australian diversity, excluding additional dispersals out of Africa in the few last millennia. Modern human origins, exactly were they so-called anatomically modern humans first appeared in Africa, remains thorny problem for some people. It's using old and new updated shit. But I want to go on, and I'm trying to make my point. I'm going to make my point. And after this, I don't even care. So we basically went through L0 all the way up into L3. I stopped at L3, but we're talking mutations, and then we know M and N are outside of Africa. We have no problem with M and N being outside of Africa. We don't care. The parent to M and N is in Africa, and that's L3. So without taking up all of y'all time, I want to deal with this. Intriguingly, therefore, L0 may have entered Eastern Africa not very long before the expansion of haplogroup L3 that would generate the out of Africa dispersal 60 to 70,000 years ago. The time scale for the expansion from the south to the east also corresponds very roughly to the onset of renewed mega drought conditions in Central Africa beginning 150,000 years ago, which may paradoxically have facilitated the expansion of human groups by creating a more open landscape in the tropical rainforest zone. I don't care how you want to do this, where you want to do this, and when you want to do this. You will not ever get around this. One of the most important moments in human mtDNA evolution was the emergence of Haplogroup L3. I'm going to say that again, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit. And I'm going to try to slide it over. One of the most important moments in human mtDNA evolution was the emergence of Haplogroup L3. This clade gave rise to all of the ancient non-African mtDNA lineages, which are entirely encompassed within the haplogroups M and N. One more time, it says that L3 is the most important, and it gives rises to ancient non-African mtDNA lineages. Now, given this, the age of L3 provides an upper bound for the out of Africa migration. L3 dates to 60 to 70,000 years ago with several methods, and is 61,000 years ago, but this estimate is based on only African lineages and seems to be an underestimated due to the dramatic expansion of the L3EIXK and the L3BD subclades. By chance, it seems that the most common African L3 subclades underestimate the age of L3, whereas possible the two non-African clades M and N might overestimate it. The true age is likely to be around 70,000 years ago, as estimated with ML when haplogroups M and N are included. You heard me. Now, better reflecting the four mutations between L3 and M, dating 55,000 years ago, and the 5 between L3 and N, dating 60,000 years ago. Even so, the upper bound of the age 3 virtually excludes an out of Africa dispersion, at least for the maternal ancestry of non-Africans alive today, before 74,000 years ago, the time of the Mount Toba volcanic super eruption. Various archaeologists have proposed migrations out of Africa during the Mis-5, and either through the Levant or along the south coastal route. But if these putative events left any descendants living outside of Africa in the present day, there is no sign of them in the maternal line of the descent. Furthermore, the Y chromosome also suggests that a post-Toba out of Africa disposal. Scally and Durbin suggests that the autosomals indicate an earlier exit, but this is based on a erroneous reasoning. The date relies on a split between Yoruba from West Africa and non-Africans, from which comes to 90 to 100,000 years ago. However, West Africans diverged from the Eastern Africans well before the later formed the source of the non-African gene pool, and indeed well before the emergence of L3. A simple estimate for the split of the time for the mtDNA data would be the divergence between L346 and L2, which is indeed 110,000 years ago. In fact, though these population divergences times are not appropriate for estimating the timing of the dispersal out of Africa, the mtDNA evidence shows that modern West Africans carry subclades of L3, which arose since the dispersal of Africa, living alongside more ancient ancestors from L1 and 0. Even present-day East Africans would not be represented of the source of non-African mtDNA, since L0 and L2 have arrived from the south and west. L0 came from the south and the west since the time of the exit, presumably occupied by autosomal lineages that would inflate the estimate of divergence from non-Africans. The best current autosomal estimate for the timing of the dispersal from autosomal SNPs is Rather the divert shit, I gotta go out back up. No, my bad. Rather the divergence of Europeans and Asians at 40 to 80,000 years ago. An estimate from autosomal microsatellites is 56,000 years ago, with a 95% upper bound of 7.4 years ago. The fact that the age of the outer African mtDNA clades M and N is so close to the age of L3 is probably within 10,000 years or so, suggests that the diversification and the expansion of L3 out of African expansion might be all part of a continuous demographic phenomenon. Let me stop. One of the things that was mentioned yesterday was this whole shit about 70,000 or 71,000 years ago. And how could this have transpired if that transpired? And this one is saying this, and this one is saying that. The dating, you have to think about it. And I said this. I said, they're estimating dates. They're not exact dates. L3 is not happening at the same time that M and N is happening. L3 is before M and N because the parent, okay, so when did Brenda have her baby? Could Brenda had her baby when she was just being a baby? Or Brenda had to develop to a certain age before Brenda could have a baby? M and N is the babies that Brenda put in the trash can. So Brenda had to be of age to be able to procreate. That's why they said it could be within a 10,000 year or so suggestion. Because Brenda had the baby. I told you, old dog, that's Zab. I know it's Zab, bro. Ain't nobody stupid fighting like that but Zab, bro. Straight up. All this L3 shit on this page. L3 almost, listen. Look at the certainty. L3 almost certainly had an origin in Eastern Africa. The large ancestral clade L26 dating 130,000 years ago probably originated in Eastern Africa, given the extent distribution of L5, 6, and 4, although L2 dating to more than 80,000 years ago is very likely West African in origin. L26 arose in East Africa. This implies a migration from Eastern Africa into West Africa, crossing Central Africa 105,000 years ago. And 80,000 years ago, the age of L2, whose signal mostly disappeared in Central Africa. This time frame does not fit separation between the Yoruba West Africa and the non-Africans originating from East Africa at just over 100,000 years in recent autosomal dating referred to above. Another possibility of the route into West Africa is that this hypothetical migration occurred via the Sahel belt of North Africa. North Africa has very likely been depopulated and repopulated since the time of the Assyrian industry, but shows very early evidence of symbolic behavior in the archaeological record. More important, for the issue of L3 origins, the clade L3, 4, and 6 shows clear evidence of an Eastern origin. I'm going to say that again. More important for the issue of L3 origins, the clade L3, 4, and 6 shows clear evidence of an Eastern origin. L4 and 6 are primarily present in Eastern Africa and Arabian Peninsula. And L3 itself also has several basal clades in Eastern Africa. L3A, L3E, L, K, X, and L3H. Furthermore, the Central African clade, or clades L3BD, and the two outer Africa clades M and N suggest an Eastern African center of gravity. I want my mother freaking money. So just to be funny, this shit comes from Wiki, but it talks about the dispersal. This is Africa up here. If you flip it around, better yet, let me just go to the Wiki article. Let me zoom out. Just so y'all know, this comes from the wiki article, right? You see Africa here, right? You got Eurasia, right? Antarctica. Oh, you got all this shit that you got Eurasia, North America, Central, South America, Australia over here. It's doing like this so you can see this. This red right here is 170 to 130,000 years. You got L1, L2, L3. All of this is on the continent of Africa. Then you have these dispersals of L3 that come over here and make M and come over here and make N. And then they go around and make all these other haplogroups and come out and make all these other shits everywhere else when they start mutating and adapting. And then you'll see the back migration of those other clades. I don't understand, right? How people can't understand this. It's right here. L3 is common in Northeast Africa. It's coastal to other parts of Africa where the haplogroups L and 2 represent 2/3 of the mtDNA. L3 sublineages are also frequent in the Arabian Peninsula. L3 is subdivided into several clades, 2 of the spawn microhaplogroups M and N that are today carried by most of the people outside of Africa. So let's go. L3, East Africa, L3B, L3A, East Africa, L3B, West Africa, L3F1B6, Austria, Spain, L3F, North Africa, the Sahel Arabian Peninsula, Iberia, L3F3, Chad Basin, Central Africa. Yes, I'm telling you where these motherfuckers are. L3C, Northeast Africa, South Arabia, Ethiopia Jews, Yemen Jews. L3D, wide distribution in Africa, the Fulani, the Chadians, Ethiopians, Akan, the Mozambique, Yemen, Egyptians, Berbers. Notice, everywhere that we start with L3 is in Africa. In Africa, all of them. It isn't until you get to M and N that are outside of Africa. You get the L3Hs. Where that's at? East Africa, Ethiopians. L3X, Northeast Africa. North Africa. L3I2, former L3W, East Africa. L3I1, East Africa. All of these subclades are in Africa before anywhere else. L3E, West Central Africa. But guess where they're going to show up at? African Americans and Afro-Brazilians, because this is the subclade that is significant to our experience with enslavement. This overwhelming amount of evidence here in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sources used, and one of the sources was Clyde Winters because I was on Demon Time. It was just me just telling you like it is. There's no argument here. When I said that L3 originates on the continent of Africa, the evidence says that. Because if you look at the subclades, in every one of the subclades, they all start in Africa. They are found in Africa. The 2 subs that aren't in Africa are found outside of Africa. But all those other ones are within Africa. The only 2 that don't mutate are M and N. And that's evidence of out of Africa. Because their origins are on the continent of Africa. I don't know what we're talking about. Hell no, they can't beat 30 years of data. And then the guys hung up on hypothesis. They're just hypothesizing. They're just guessing. Okay. So let's just go to encyclopedia. Let's pull up an encyclopedia real quick. And I'm gonna go somewhere else here in just a second. I'm gonna play this shit. It's 3 minutes. I ain't gonna play all of it, but I'm gonna play some of it.
Scientific hypothesis. Scientific hypothesis, an idea that proposes a tentative explanation about a phenomenon or a narrow set of phenomena observed in the natural world. The two primary features of a scientific hypothesis are falsifiability and testability, which are reflected in an if-then statement summarizing the idea and in the ability to be supported or refuted through observation and experimentation. The notion of the scientific hypothesis as both falsifiable and testable was advanced in the mid-20th century by Austrian-born British philosopher Karl Popper. The formulation and testing of a hypothesis is part of the scientific method, the approach scientists use when attempting to understand and test ideas about natural phenomena. The generation of a hypothesis frequently is described as a creative process and is based on existing scientific knowledge, intuition, or experience. Therefore, although scientific hypotheses commonly are described as educated guesses, they actually are more informed than a guess. In addition, scientists generally strive to develop simple hypotheses, since these are easier to test relative to hypotheses that involve many different variables and potential outcomes. Such complex hypotheses may be developed as scientific models, see scientific modeling. Depending on the results of scientific evaluation, a hypothesis typically is either rejected as false or accepted as true. However, because a hypothesis inherently is falsifiable, even hypotheses supported by scientific evidence and accepted as true are susceptible to rejection later, when new evidence has become available. In some instances, rather than rejecting a hypothesis because it has been falsified by new evidence, scientists simply adapt the existing idea to accommodate the new information. In this sense, a hypothesis is never incorrect but only incomplete. The investigation of scientific hypotheses is an important component in the development of scientific theory. Hence, hypotheses differ fundamentally from theories. Whereas the former is a specific tentative explanation and serves as the main tool by which scientists gather data, the latter is a broad general explanation that incorporates data from many different scientific investigations undertaken to explore hypotheses. Countless hypotheses have been developed and tested throughout the history of science. Several examples include the idea that living organisms develop from non-living matter, which formed the basis of spontaneous generation, a hypothesis that ultimately was disproved, first in 1668, with the experiments of Italian physician Francesco Redi, and later in 1859, with the experiments of French chemist and microbiologist Louis Pasteur. The concept proposed in the late 19th century that microorganisms cause certain diseases, now known as germ theory, and the notion that oceanic crust forms along submarine mountain zones and spreads laterally away from them, seafloor spreading hypothesis.
All right, so again, the investigation of the scientific hypothesis is an important component in the development of a scientific theory. The formulation and testing of hypotheses is part of the scientific method. The two primary features of the scientific hypothesis are falsifiability and testability. A scientific hypothesis is an idea that proposes a tentative explanation about phenomenon or a narrow set of phenomena observed in the natural world. I don't know what this dude is thinking when he hear the word hypothesis. I ain't giving you no wrench to post shit in my chat. You got to present some information. Instead of posting links, collect your data and get ready. And I gave Sutek information that he probably put in the Discord, and I even got more because I got a source on here that I just didn't show the information on that talk about the freaking Neanderthals and your whole argument over what they look like. So you gotta get your shit together, brother. Get your shit together. It's a whole nother show. So the huge difference between a scientific hypothesis and, like Damo said in the chat, and a street hypothesis. And what we get on these YouTube streams is just these regular old Joe Blow schmoes throwing out hypotheses and trying to act like they're using proper research methodology or a scientific hypothesis. No, we need to make distinctions, right? Falsifiability and testability. So when these dudes be like, this is my hypothesis, can it be falsified and can it be tested? Can it stand up to the scientific method and its rigorous scrutiny? Are we talking about the natural world? Or are we talking about your belief? No, I don't want to see. No, I don't need to see anything that you posted in there, because Sutek already posted what you posted in the back. And you clearly, you still don't have a command of what you posted in the back. What up, not to see? But listen, man, I need that $100 from dude, man. So, you know what I'm saying? You need to pay like you weigh, bro. You need to pay like you weigh. I need mine. I ain't trying to miss no money. Now he has to show evidence, right? That M and N is older than L3. He has to show. It's funny. He has to show that M and N is not the child of L3, that they are the parents of L3. Then that would mean he would be presenting the out of Eurasia or whatever. Hold on, y'all. All right, so look, I got my haircut in the morning. All right, so he is in the comments on the last live still crying, talking about we don't know how to read science. Well, this video shows that we do know how to read science. No, we do know how to read scientific articles. He can't box us into his belief and his notion and the assumption of such bullshit that he continues to utter. So he out of his mind for that. This is dumb, bro. It's dumb. How you gonna tell us that we don't know how to read a scientific article when you read the results? I mean, when you read the conclusion. I don't care if you read the results, right? You're supposed to. All right, so you're supposed to read the abstract. You're supposed to read the methods. You're supposed to read the results, and then you can read the conclusion. For the layman, That's the easy stuff to digest. But the results, but the results are more complicated because it's using verbiage that the layman is not familiar with and can't get through that shit, which means that there's a lot of pausing, stopping, and looking up, and then you lose the context of the article that you're reading. So if you read the Journal of Nature tells the layman how to fucking read these articles. That's why Unc brought it up. If you read the abstract, if you read the methods that was used that went into the results, which drew upon the conclusion. The article concluded that the origins of L3 are in East Africa. But what you saw today was more substantial evidence to provide that proof. And then some of it is a little bit more because it gets more specific and it tells you where these other subclades are. And then it tells you that M and N come from the parent L3, which I showed on the screen. So I don't know what to say to the brother. He owe $100. I don't know what to say. Practice, practice, practice. Reading comprehension. That's all. He tripping. And yo, this nigga shy is crazy, yo. He don't even know what the hell he talking about. He just rambling, bro. You know how somebody ain't never read a scientific article before in his life, and then he just come into some shit that he just trying to. He's Thunder. He's the new Thunder. He be trying to Google himself into arguments, not even knowing that ultimately it's not even worth arguing. Cause he ain't got no command of the subject. But old boy, A Marvelous, he needs to pay up, bro. I need my bread. I need mine. Cause I guarantee you, had he been able to prove that whatever he wanted to argue, he would have been, to this day, he would have still been talking about his stuff. Hold on, let me granted bond in the Fed case, can't go on Vlad or do Instagram lives. Wow. Yo, man, make sure y'all go over there, man, and fuck with Amadi the ruler, man. He's still been doing this for quite some time, man, and you know what I'm saying? He took a break and now he back on it. So go over there and get with my boy, man. He be following that shit hard, yo. This dude done retitled the video. 10 hours, yo. Look at this shit. Where he at? Look. Arafat. I beat the brakes off. Hold up. Beat the brakes off ain't Marvelous. And then Unc put the nail in the coffin. He owes me $100 as well. Big up, not a C. Big up the Abo Killers crew, another classic. Did I like this shit? Yeah, I like it. All right. Yeah, he is delusional at this point. Nothing said what he wanted it to say. You want to be waiting on that money for a long time. Nazi Zaluba, bro. Stop the lies. You and the whole chat said out of Africa was not 70,000 years ago, and I had a whole stage bear witness y'all was wrong. What? And stop being clowns. And tell them to pay me my money and give Real Rap back his funds. Not a C. You're lying. There was never an argument about that. It was always about L3 origins. You're fronting. Go get the timestamp. Hey, Marvelous, delete comments. I don't do that. You're delusional. If you think the paper agrees with you, you're wrong. Live with it, move on. Send that cash to Sean, you lost. L3 comes from Africa. That's it. Nothing biased about me ever. He's just, I mean, listen, there's no reason to be biased, yo, when you get evidence. I'm telling you, if it said L3 was in Asia and Europe before it was in Africa, Nada C would have been like, hey, yo, Sean, my man, you tripping, bro. You owe him money. You know what I'm saying? He's that type of fair person. This dude's tripping, yo. Arafat said he can't even understand the chronological order of a scientific paper. Conclusions is the last stage, not the result. Shaking my head. This is embarrassing. He mad, yo. He pissed off. The paper said what it said. Your L3 out of East Africa is a hypothesis. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that L3. Listen, yo. It doesn't say that L3 is a hypothesis. It doesn't say that. Look, just in this abstract right here. An analysis of 369. No, hold on, let me go. Within the human mitochondrial DNA tree, haplogroup L3 encompasses not only many sub-Saharan Africans, but also all ancient non-African lineages. And its age, therefore, provides an upper bound for the dispersal out of Africa. An analysis of 369 complete African L3 sequences places this maximum at 70,000 years ago, virtually ruling out a successful exit before 74,000 years ago, the date of the total volcanic super eruption in Sumatra. The similarity of the age of L3 to its two non-African daughter haplogroups, M and N, suggests that the same process was likely responsible for both the L3 expansion in Eastern Africa and the dispersal of a small group of modern humans out of Africa to settle the rest of the world. Damn, I'm finna lose a dog. But he's tripping. So what are we talking about, yo? What are we talking about? L3 basal lineages migrate back to Africa. Open access. It says it. Based on the age of the micro haplogroup L3, from which all maternal Eurasian and the majority of African lineages originate, the out of Africa event has been dated around 60 to 70,000 years ago. Who did that? Ultrasound. So Fancy was a 14. Dude hard shutting down. Fuck, man. That dog was hard, bro. I figured they was gonna say that. Damn. Anyway, the results are congruent with the model proposing an out-of-Africa migration age of following the North African route or early atomical modern humans carrying the pre-L3 mtDNA lineages, and around 125,000 years ago, subsequent diversification of the pre-L3 and the basal L3 are a return of African Eurasian fully modern humans around 70,000 years ago. They're saying the return is around 70,000 years ago. They're also saying that the earlier carryings of pre-L3 lineages was around 125,000 years ago. He got comprehension problems. At this point, no one can help him. He's mad. Sean needs to break bread two ways. I know you didn't understand the hypothesis. The only thing that his article was hypothesizing was about the southern route. His article wasn't hypothesizing about the northern route. Even when you go back to the wiki article proposes the southern route hypothesis. It didn't say the northern route hypothesis. What is we talking about here? Like he's making up shit. Then it says that's not what it's. Then you clear them up. That's not what it said. The only hypothesis was about the MNN and took after it mutated from L3. In that paper, no argument about L3. You have reading problems. Oh, he mad. You lack science comprehension. So everyone else that read the same article as him lacks comprehension. MNN mutated 71,000 years ago and shows up in China and Australia. The paper said clearly those mutation times pose a problem for L3. No, it doesn't. So, all right, so he feels like that those propose a problem for him. Well, I just gave you an abstract here that clears all of that up. There's no proposed problem. The 70,000 years is back. The expansion of mtDNA haplogroups went within and out of Africa. What we talk, I mean, like, for real. When you go back to the tree that this tree right here, bro, this shit right here, L3, East Africa, West Africa, Northeast Africa, Australia. Look, we don't get shit outside of Africa until MNN. All these other ones, you got to respect Africa first before it gets everywhere else. It talks about the distribution. He could have read all of that shit in the wiki article. In this article that I just read right here, look, that I didn't even want to continue this. North Africa and the back to Africa migration. What y'all think this is going to say? We just read, look, L3 derived non-African lineages in gave rise to a large substance, right? That is also found worldwide, which is haplogroup R. This kills the out of Asia theory. Where's your boy Lucky at? Because he need the source. Since he trying to prepare, since he trying to get prepared for what he about to get prepared for, Lucky, if you listening, I don't know if Not a C gonna hit you up on IG or not, but even in this source I give you right here, this buries the hatchet. But let me go back first. This for Not a C, because I know he came in a little late, right? So Not a C, peep this. More important, for the issue of L3 origins, the clade L3, 4, and 6 shows clear evidence of an East African origin. Zoom in, Sean. Zoom in. Slowly. 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 Right there. Right there. It's on the screen for you, bro. How many times you want me to put this on the screen? He don't understand back to Africa migration means they left from Africa for some time and came back. Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true. I ain't arguing with you there. That's a phys act. Because this right here is telling us about the back to Africa migration. And listen, when they talk about the back to Africa migration, why the hell are they mentioning two specific subclades, M and N? It says it. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, an analysis of the mtDNA gene pool of present-day North Africans points to only 2 specific haplogroups with deep Pleistocene ancestry in this part of the continent, haplogroups M1 and U6. Haplogroups M1 is the basal clade of the non-African haplogroup M, while haplogroup U6 is even more deeply embedded within the non-African haplogroup N. The second of the L3 derived non-African lineages, haplogroup N, gave rise to another large subclade that is also found worldwide, haplogroup R. We don't need to argue with him again on this shit. He just need to pay up. Look, for the last 20 years or so, however, some broad haplogroup distributions within Africa can be established. L1, L2, L3BD, L3E are found in Central and West Africa. L4, L5, L6, L0A, B, and F, and L3, except L3BD and L3E, are found in Eastern Africa and L0D and L0K are restricted to Southern Africa. So the dispersal or the distribution of Africa can be established. We don't have to play the game. It's right there. North Africa, meanwhile, harbors the Back to Africa U6 and M1. So when we look at the Berbers, right? When we look at them people up there in North Africa, their haplogroups resemble this shit coming back into the continent. That's why they fucked up. That's why they hate everybody below the Sahara. Because they ain't got them real African subclades. They got that crazy ass European and China man in them. They got the Neanderthal and the Denovisan shit hanging around their ass. I'm just talking shit right now, but it is what it is. It says, we perform the following founder analysis, A, from East Africa to Central Africa for the Eastern African haplogroup, B, from Central West Africa into Eastern Africa for the L1, L2, L3, B, D, and L3E. From Central West Africa and Eastern Africa to North Africa for all the sub-Saharan lineages, and D. From Central to West Africa, the L1, L2, L3B, D, and L3E. The later is much less defined than the others, since the L1 and the L2 tree suggest that it is difficult to identify with any confidence the source of a sink from any links. But even so, the founder analysis can point to the common clades that expanded more extensively in the region. We then perform a final founder analysis, E, which considered all haplogroups moving into Southern Africa. The results are displayed in the figure 6. And it goes on. He don't want to get into this real work, bro. I mean, the shit that was on the screen yesterday was enough to just end the conversation. But he just continues to propose the shit that he proposes, and therefore we are stuck like Chuck. Or are we? If we listen to him, we stuck. Ain't no way around it. Hold on, what she pulled? She pulled this nigga them bread. Oh, he bred Kane the fancy. Who threw up on the floor? Oh, they ain't throw up. I'm tripping. That's food. Yep, she bred him. Damn, what was that? Y'all heard that boy breathing, boy. She pulling that man. All right, so listen. This article, it does everything we needed to do when it talks about Africa, but it also is support for the out of Africa model. And this is essential if Lucky wants to even comb through this information and use some things in it, then he could. Because look at the final remarks. I'm gonna skip some of this stuff, the L0 stuff, right? This final remark shit. All right. I'm gonna skip it. I don't wanna we beating dude up, man, and it's just gonna keep on going and going and going. But here you go, ladies and gentlemen. LLL, South, Central, West, East. Listen, after L3H, which is in East Africa, then you get M and N. So before M and N, you got L3 and then all the different variations of L3 that would float back to West Africa, Central to West Africa, and then it would go outside of Africa. Then again, we got some maps here, right? Because we don't wanna just sit here and talk about it. We want to be about it, right? We want to be about it. So zoom in right here and look at these dates. Since you want to use them. You want to use dates? Okay, cool. Look, when it comes back into Africa, you get the M1 and the U6 like the article says. When it comes back to Africa. But the L3 cross the southern route does its thing, bro. They got evidence for the southern route. And all them damn sources. Come on, man. Look what the damn title of this source says. Look at this. A genetic perspective on African prehistory. We're going out of that motherfucker from here. I don't want to hear none of that bull jump. I need my money, man. I need my money. There's too much evidence out here in the streets. Look at this. That was a 24-page article. This is a 30-page. The making of the African mtDNA landscape. I need that, man. I need mine, bro. This nigga don't even know what he talking about. What are you talking about? All right, so let me be real. Let me address Shy, because the whole time I'm talking about something else, and he's talking to Juju and everybody else about some other shit. So, real quick, Shy, you don't know what you read. If you understand, if you can look up something today, read it real quick, find whatever it is that you're looking for, and then put it aside and claim that you know that shit now, you lying. That's cap. No, we ain't arguing, we ain't beat you up, and there's no division. But that is not how science works at all. You don't even, first of all, you haven't even fully articulated what it is that you're asking. So I want you to understand that. So before you can show me any evidence, right? Or yours, well, not evidence, your sources. We don't know what your sources say. Before you can show me any information, you have to first be able to articulate what it is that you're trying to ask. That's the biggest problem that you have, is your failure to be able to articulate your argument, or not your argument, your question, right? So for instance, when you said, what's the first archaic human? You made a mistake. You won't even concede that point. You just keep talking. You didn't even take the time out to understand the hominids, because you have contention with that because of your belief. You don't have no evidence. You just got to believe. You have nothing to refute or overturn what is presented. Nothing. So now, once I've known you can't even articulate that, how the fuck you gonna ask me a question about some shit you don't even understand? I'm just asking a question. That's what you kept saying. I'm just asking. But at what point are you willing to learn? Are you willing to learn? I didn't duck no melanin part, nigga. I was specific, and I'm gonna tell you again. I told you yesterday. I said, depending on the climate and the environment, mutation and adaptation determined their phenotype. Since you're so caught up on phenotype, it doesn't matter if they have melanin or not. Everybody got some melanin in them. We told you fucking other apes have fucking melanin in them. So I don't understand what you're trying to argue, bro. No, I didn't. That shows me how dumb you are. because I can go back and play the timestamp where I answered your question. And I told you specifically that wherever these Neanderthals or other archaic humans were, their phenotype was determined by the climate, whatever their living conditions were. If they were closer to the equator or further away from the equator. I don't duck nothing about no melanin. Everybody got that shit. You're hung up on that because you don't have no point. See, this is what I'm saying. What is you arguing about? What is your argument? Type out, articulate your argument clearly. What is your true question? What is it that you really want to know? We don't know what you really want to know. All we know is you keep talking about melanin. That makes no sense. It makes no sense. You sounding real pseudo, my nigga. Bruh, like for real on some real shit. Like at the end of the day, my nigga, like you gotta grow the fuck up. Yeah, grow up, bro. You pressing shit that shouldn't even be pressed. You want to know if motherfucking archaic humans had melanin or not? We got fucking all kind of apes, all kind of animals with melanin. We got all kind of apes, all kind of animals with eumelanin. What the fuck? What are we talking about? Right. He doesn't even have a valid question. You don't. You can't even propose nothing. I'm not projecting anything. I never projected shit on archaic humans. Archaic humans were different, nigga. If they wasn't so different, nigga, they'll still exist today. They couldn't exist. They have smaller brain capacities. They wasn't that great at making the tools that we were able to make. We could move more efficiently than archaic humans because of the way our hips are. Their hips were more slender and they couldn't run. They could fight close range. We developed shit to where we didn't have to be close range to fight them. The fuck you mean that there's a huge difference between us and archaic humans? You don't even know which archaic humans you're talking about. You keep saying archaic humans, generalizing, and then I say, Shah, be specific. And then guess what you do? Pick one, pick one, pick one. You sound like a goddamn toddler, bro. Articulate your point, my nigga. What you asking? The fuck is you asking? You don't even know what you asking. Come on, yo. You don't know what you asking, bro. It's different if you knew what the fuck you was asking, but you don't know what the fuck you're asking. You just had one question after another question after another question. You didn't even understand the first thing. When I came in and I told you some shit and I asked you, can you explain it back to me? You couldn't even explain it back to me because you didn't even know what the fuck I said. You know why you didn't know what I said? Because you too busy doing this dumbass shit you doing right now, nigga. Right. That shows how immature you are, nigga. This comment right here, and I'm putting it on the screen. This shows a level of immaturity that like I said, that's why we little brother your ass. It shows you how immature you are, bro. Right. Nigga, you can't even have kids with a homo habilis, habligensis. You can't even have kids with motherfucking. You can't even have kids with none of them motherfuckers, bro. You couldn't. I gave that nigga a source. Yo, this is what's funny, yo. I gave that nigga a source yesterday, right? I said, Shy, read this source. This nigga don't even read the goddamn source. You want me to tell you how I know you didn't read the source? Because you start immediately. You start going in the motherfucking Discourse trying to pull up some shit. You asked me what they look like, and I said, Shy, here go a source, bro. This source gonna explain to you everything. I put the source in the back chat. You didn't look at that shit, man. I know you didn't look at it. You just Twitter fingers and shit. It's what you did, my nigga. You did. I told you about their brain size and shit like that. You was like, oh, that don't mean anything. What they look like. What they look like. Why you telling me about their brain sizes? What the fuck they look like? What? Because, motherfucker, their head shape mean everything. Their capacity to be able to develop enough to be able to think straight. You got that shit in you, Shy. That's why you fighting so hard. You got your DNA test and that shit said you got a lot of European ancestry. So you trying to figure out how the fuck you can be a Neanderthal, which doesn't exist. This nigga don't know what archaic human he want to talk about. Which archaic human are you asking the question about, Shy? Are you gonna look at the source? Are you gonna read the source, Shy? You ain't read it yet. You haven't. You haven't read the source yet. At all, bro. At all. You ain't read the source at all, bro. You think that you're more African than someone. You ain't even got a bro. 12 fingers don't mean that you fucking more African than any goddamn body. You ain't even took a DNA test, nigga. You out here like the abos, nigga, running around here with no genealogy. The fuck? Which one of these archaic humans, nigga, do you want to talk about? Which one? Which archaic human? Who you want to talk about? Which archaic human? Do you have an idea? Do you know yes, no, maybe so, nigga? Cause you fucking got, cause yo, I ain't even gonna call you that, bro, cause I don't want to get the elbows, no ammunition. You better be glad I'm being real careful about what I'm saying, nigga. Skin color does not determine exact. Come on, yo, like this nigga crazy. Where he say this dumbass shit? Who gives a fuck if you was born with 12 fingers? Who gives a fuck and you don't have a birthmark? That's you think you don't have one. You got a mark on your body, you ain't never went nowhere, nigga. You gonna be like, oh, that's because they said I fell. All right, okay. Life and life. This nigga don't understand that shit. You know what I'm saying? You don't understand nothing. He just talking. Your family being from Charleston doesn't make you more African, nigga. Listen, this how dumb you are. Nigga, you got dropped off in Charleston, nigga. The motherfuckers that got dropped off in Charleston, nigga, coming from the goddamn, from Central and South America, nigga. They dropped motherfuckers off from Central and South America. They came directly from West Africa too, nigga. Your family ain't no straight flight from Africa, nigga. Get the fuck up out of here, nigga. You lighter than me, nigga. You lighter than me. That's why you don't cut your camera on. You look like motherfucking Lotus, nigga. Well, then quit making these, quit saying the shit you saying in the chat. Because that's what you're insinuating. This nigga sit here and said, oh, so now, see? This nigga, look what you just did. You trying to say somebody saying some shit, nigga. Why you say this? Dumbass shit. He thinks melanin makes a nigga X-Man. Yeah, I know he don't know enough. I know he don't know enough. He because he hung up on melanin so much. Yeah, he hung up on melanin way too much. You know what I mean? And it's unfortunate that he's like that. Oh, fuck, I don't give a fuck about that, nigga. Oh, shit. But anyway, what I'm telling you is I ain't denying my family came on ships. You ain't telling me nothing. I don't give a fuck. If they came on the ship or not, nigga, I'm still gonna tell you you're a motherfucking ass African. The motherfuckers could have walked over this bitch. They could have been on a banana boat, nigga. All I give a fuck. Shit. Oh, fuck, that shit cool. That's what's up. So, listen, man. I'm gonna slide, yo. I don't feel like arguing with Shaw. He ain't got no information. This nigga just pull up a source and listen. This is what he did right here, right? This is what he did right here. Let me show y'all what. This is a problem in the community, by the way. Ujawu pointed that shit out a long time ago. This is what he did. Look now. Correct the spelling. And do this. MCR1 is a receptor gene that controls the production of melanin, the protein responsible for the pigmentation of the hair and skin. Neanderthals had a mutation in the receptor gene, which changed an amino acid, making the resulting protein less efficient and likely creating a phenotype of red hair and pale skin. Oh, okay. All right. So do Archaic. Nah, this is what he did all the way. What type of melanin does archaic humans have? This is what he did right here. First source, nigga. First source. Sutek, is this the source in the chat? Is this his first source in the distro? Hit control, find, and look for that shit. Because I think in the chat, hold on, let me go back in the chat. Because in this motherfucking chat, he copied and pasted something in the chat. Look. From an original condition of protective dark hue, melanin enriched correlation in early tropical dwelling Homo sapiens. From an original condition, look, from an original condition of protective dark hue, melanin, yada, 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 Homo sapien. What did I tell you? Come on, man. I know you're Stilo, bro. I debunk niggas for a living. I know where y'all be money grabbing all kind of information on the internet, nigga. That's how I know motherfuckers ain't fucking aboriginals. I do this for fun. I do this for fun. Now, since you went to the abstract to grab that real quick, right? You know, get your little twerk out on. How much of this article did you read, bro? Skin, hair, and eye colorization in humans is variable and has been influenced by different combinations of evolutionary forces. Skin correlation has been strongly influenced by natural selection globally and throughout human prehistory because of the importance of melanin as a natural sunscreen on naked skin. The role of natural selection in the evolution of hair and colorization appears to have been negligible, but genetic bottlenecks followed by sexual selection may have played a more significant role in establishing the patterns of variations recognized outside of Africa. In recent centuries, humans have migrated faster and over longer distances than any other time in prehistory. Many of these movements have brought people into regions with markedly different solar regions than their homelands. Many people now live under levels of solar radiation that are much stronger and much more weaker and seasonal than those under the ancestors evolved. These rapid changes in living conditions have created significant health problems resulting from too much UVR exposure. What are you talking about? You don't know what you want to talk about. I knew exactly what you did. Exactly what you did. Your question was all over the place. I asked you specifically which look what the title of this article is, bro. The Colors of Humanity, the Evolution of Pigmentation in the Human Lineage. This ain't even talking about everything that you think that it's talking about. Because you sit here and you tried to cherry pick some shit, nigga. You did exactly what this is. There's nothing but Homo sapiens up in this thing. Human colorization. Most non-human primates have coats consisting of brown or gray or gaunt hairs, but lavish variations exist. The trunk and the limbs, most primates exhibit darker dorsals and lighter vertebral pelages, probably from both concealment and thermal regulation. Striking patterns of coat colors are found in some lineages. The most conspicuous patterns found in both the bodies and faces of forest-dwelling diurnal primates such as Meromocets. I thought I was going to say Merosutos. Microspecies Genius Cerciopithecus, and Ducus and snob-nosed monkeys. Nocturnal strepiferines such as lorses and galagos and other nocturnal Haplogroup, the night monkey, Altus are remarkable in cryptic body correlation combined with mask-like patterns of facial hair. Come on, man. What are we talking about, yo? You could not form your question correctly. You got called out on it. And now you're sitting up here trying to say that you asked a valid ass question. No, you did not. What the fuck do you mean original? There's no original any goddamn thing, bro. What are you talking about? Look at this shit. Hold up. God damn, man. This nigga stupid. Yo, after this, no, you did not form your question. That's why the whole panel was cut. The whole panel jumped down pause. The whole panel began to reject your information because you was not articulate enough. The whole panel, bro. The whole panel. I didn't tell you to prove that fucking archaic humans had melanin, nigga. I asked you specifically what the fuck your point was. Because so now, if you prove that they have melanin, then what the fuck is you asking a question for? Because you went from if they had melanin to what they look like. You kept saying, what do they look like? A nigga can have melanin and not look like you, Sha. What are we talking about? Like, nigga, you don't know fucking science, yo. Cha, you did all that shit, bro. It don't say, listen. There ain't no original motherfucking archaic humans. There ain't none. There's no original archaic humans. So find me in a scientific article where it says original archaic humans. Among the earliest remains of Homo sapiens are Homo cabish. The Homo remains are a collection of hominid bones, 1967, yada, yada, yada. So let's read this slow for fucking this dumbass 27, 28-year-old. A number of varieties of Homo are grouped into a broad category of archaic humans. In the period that precedes and is contemporary to the emergence of the early modern humans, Homo sapiens around 300,000 years. Among the earliest remains of Homo sapiens are Homo cabish or Homo 1 from southern Ethiopia. Sound like Now, the remains from Jebel Iraq in Morocco 315,000 years ago, Flores Bed of South Africa 259,000 years ago. The term typically includes Homo antecessor, Homo botanus, Denovicens, Ergestar, Habilis, Habligensis, Naladi. Why I didn't pull up for Naladi? There you go. And Neanderthals. And you can't forget these motherfuckers. Now, what you want to do is, this is 1.2 to 800,000 years ago. It's 1.2 million 800,000. This, too close. This too close. And Assessor is 1.2 to 08. Remember that. Ergestar you got to keep reading for that, but I'll bring it up. Habilis, 2.3 million years. Habligensis, you got to click on 600,000. So listen, you click on this one. This one go back. Look at the brain size, bro. The average brain size of this mug is 1200 cc. Let me zoom in closer so you can understand this. These mugs' heads are all different shapes. Their jaw bones are different. The shoulder blades are different. I can click on each one of them. They're all going to be different. So which archaic human are you talking about? They don't even get into all of this other shit. Look at this shit. Look at the difference. Anatomical comparisons of the skulls of anatomically modern humans on the left and Homo neanderthalis on the right. They got a big ass skull here, but our brain sizes is bigger than theirs. We're smarter than them. We were able to do much more. The brain size of archaic humans expanded significantly from 900 cm in Erectus to 1300 cm. Since the peak of human brain size during the Archaics, it has begun to decline. He said, we always been here. We ain't always been here. We ain't always been here. It's no original humans, so humans always existed? No. There's no original humans. The fuck are you? Bro, you don't even know when you ain't sounding scientific. Modern humans originated in Africa the past 200,000 years. We know this to be true because we have 315,000 years. So we couldn't have always been here. Let me stop sharing my screen. This nigga annoying. I ain't doing this nigga. Yeah, here's the problem. Here's the problem, right? Here's the problem right here. Here's the problem. The problem is that he be over there with them just arguing, and it's sad because all they do is make up shit from their head, right? They might put something on the screen, but what they talking about, they just gonna make that shit up. He's so used to doing that with them over there. You can't do that shit over here, my nigga. You can't. We deal with real shit. So when I told you before, you ain't even got an anthropology book. I got an anthropology book over here that I showed you the other day. You ain't even got that. Downstairs, I got a human origins book, human evolutionary book, some whole other shit, bro. All kind of shit around me. I have books, Shy. I don't have a fucking cell phone that I look at every day and try to Google some shit. I get my information from literature, published literature. What you do, bro, is you're displaying the behaviors of every pseudo you argue with. You're so used to going on a panels and just making up shit and trying to argue your way into a discussion so that you can look for something of contention to argue about. You still I ain't read one comment in the chat where you have articulated your position. Cause you ain't got one. What is your overall end game, yo? Tell us right now. Shop. Type it in the chat, I'm gonna put it on the screen. What's your purpose? Ain't no motherfucking original human. Ain't no motherfucking first human. This nigga said, listen, this is how stupid you is. You know what? Matter of fact, bye, shot. Peace out, my nigga. Love you. Catch you on the flip side, my nigga. I ain't doing this no more. This nigga said, forget your books. They don't make everything in the books right and exact. They don't. That's why you got to read the books. Because if something ain't right and exact in that bitch, you correct that shit. And you stand on it. But the books I got, oh, they right and exact. I don't even bring out no pseudo books. This nigga said stand on the statement. Because I know you still listening. Shah, there is no first human. There is no original human. There is no original archaic. There is no original any goddamn thing when it comes to human evolution. Because when you type in original, all that shit gonna do is take you back to hominids. It ain't gonna do none of that shit you trying to make it do, my nigga. So what is we doing? I know he don't read, yo. The nigga get on shit and argue with niggas and then try to look up shit in the middle of a fucking argument like fucking thunder. Like I said, I ain't wasting my time on niggas like that no more, yo. Like I'm done with that shit. You arguing with them niggas too much, nigga. You ain't got no methodology. You need to stop going over there. You need to slow down. I don't know why you can't understand that shit. Kobe stud feed. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Hmm. How you trying to drive this money up? Okay. It's a bunch of modern humans also. He just confused. Right. No, like, no. Like, when I asked him what modern humans was he talking about, he couldn't even articulate that. He don't know. He didn't know that there's two different Homo sapiens. I said, Shah, do you realize that we're Homo sapiens sapien? That there's one before us, this Homo sapien. And I still don't understand how he believes that we've been here. There's no, bro. The oldest Homo sapiens sapien is 315,000 years ago in Morocco. We just sit here and talked about leaving Africa to disperse the rest of the planet. I literally just went through the L3 haplogroup showing the dispersal of human migration to the rest of the fucking world. And this nigga think that people just been here? Yo, Sute, hit the link, bro. Shy needs to be, yo, Shy, listen. Let me show you something, bro. Let me show you something. Hold up. What's the Sabre University? Sabre University. University. You're gonna reject this shit, bro. And it's sad that you're gonna reject this shit. It's sad that you're gonna reject this shit, bro. But I'm finna put you up on game, bro. I know you still here, nigga. Ujawu, please tell me that you didn't get rid of this course, yo. Ujawu, please tell me that you didn't get rid of this. There you go, boom. You need this right here, bro. You need to deal with it first. I'm gonna put it on the screen. You need to go here. It's a free course. Take the Theory of Evolution 101. It's about 30 minutes. Get you some shit in, bro. I should have signed it. After you do that, though, take this. Logical reasoning. Challenging logic and reasoning problem set for critical thinking. Do that, bro. Do that. Anything else you might find of interest, you can do that shit too. But those two things I highly recommend, bro. I just dropped that link to that in the chat. You really need to really deal with the theory of evolution. You really do. You need to like marry that motherfucker. You need to marry that motherfucker all the way, bro. Because there's no way that you can sit here and be agreeing with us and then talk about motherfuckers being here. Like you won't even say that shit. And we've been trying to get you to say what you really believe. You won't say that shit. You'll just say you come from Africa. Okay, cool. And then you're cool with motherfuckers claiming to be Aboriginal. Some of them. But you want them to recognize their Africanness. But what I haven't heard you say, right, is that motherfuckers been here, because you be letting that shit slide. Like, I be hearing people always been here, you be letting that shit slide. Because your main thing is to show that these motherfuckers, okay, you been here, but you African too. You be on that type of time. You be on that type of time. And that's pseudo. And this is the shit we talked about the other day. Yo, this shit 5 years old, yo. 5 years. And we've been saying the same shit. This show you how far along we are in this conversation, man. Like, we really been on this shit a long time. 5 years ago is a long time, yo. All humans are fundamentally African.
That people bring up on the Facebook platform, and we just discuss it, and we have people chime in and come on in. So we're gonna do the same thing tonight.
Y'all
so this is like
shit. Y'all can't. Can y'all hear that shit? Could y'all hear that shit? I'm cussing. Yo. You messed my whole build up, yo. I wasn't even trying to
a continuation. Excuse me. So tonight the topic.
Hold on. Is... Where he say that at? Where he say that? Where he say that at? Screenshot it. I don't see it. Hold up. Never mind. I gotta go on the StreamYard comment. It's comment in StreamYard. I got it. You asked, didn't you say we always been here? You asked him that. I never made an argument. Forget their books. Did modern humans come from archaic humans, Sean? You asking me dumbass questions. Although life and life already answered your question, and you still asked it anyway. Life and life, he answered your question, and you still asked the question behind him answering your question a long time ago. But I believe that he did say that before on somebody's panel. Look at him. He trying to argue with life and life. This nigga think that he really doing something. Shy, you don't debate to understand or to gain knowledge. You debate to prove a point, which is evident through your emotional response when sources are presented in your face that challenges your claim. It's no original novelty. Humans been here since. There ain't no original, nigga. That nigga mad at Sutek. Pure Black crazy, yo. Y'all instigators, y'all. All right. My bad.
It's pretty brief, but I want to explain something because it seems to be causing a lot of confusion with some individuals. And so there's two statements on the screen. The first statement is all humans are fundamental.
Hey, real quick, I'm doing this for Sha One because he don't there's something in this presentation that he's against. There's something in the presentation that he's against, and it's going to come up.
Mentally African. The next statement is all humans are not African. And so the question is, are these two statements contradicting each other? All right. And it appears to be contradictory. And this is what's causing confusion. All right. So this is what we're going to discuss. And let me get my screen over here. All right. So this first statement that you see, all humans are fundamentally African. What does this statement mean? This is the most simplest way that I can put it. It simply means that all humans that are living today are of the subspecies called Homo sapiens sapiens. And Homo sapiens sapiens is of the species called Homo sapiens, which is of the genus Homo. All right. So again, you have Homo sapiens sapiens that are of Homo sapiens, which are of Homo. And you'll see how these words are being reduced on each step. The word Homo in the classification of these labels stands for human. So when you hear a geneticist or a biologist speak about humans, they're not always talking about Homo sapiens sapiens. And that's important to understand that. And sometimes that could cause confusion in conversations as well, because when people say human, you have to then be more specific, or what type of human or what species of human, because as I listed here, we have Homo sapiens, we have Homo erectus, Homo floresiensis, Homo habilis, Homo heidelbergensis, Homo naledi, Homo neanderthalensis, Neanderthalensis. All right, these words can get a little tricky for me. All of these are humans. So, and you have archaic humans. So when people speak about archaic human, most of the time they're talking about these particular humans that are no longer existing. So all living human beings today are of the subspecies Homo sapiens sapien. Now, all Homo sapiens sapiens have their origin in Africa. So this is what this statement means. All humans are fundamentally African. This is why the word fundamentally is bold and in red, because fundamentally is speaking about humanity's origin. All right, their essence, the core, the genesis of Homo sapiens sapiens is in Africa. All right, it's just that simple. I think we all can agree with that. The science agrees with that humanity springs forth out of Africa. All right. And if you remember, just to kind of explain and break down the Homo going to Homo sapiens and then Homo sapiens sapiens, is these are considered taxonomic labels, and we have a hierarchy of a system. So we start off with life, then domain, and work your way down to kingdom, all the way down to where we get to genus. And so Homo is our genus. And the word Homo, like I said, is what is interchanged with the word human in the scientific disciplines. So when they say human, they're talking about Homo, not necessarily modern human of today. That's why we have to specifically point out that we're talking about anatomically modern human beings, AMH. Sometimes you'll see it abbreviated. Okay. And when they do that, they're making a distinction. So out of the genus of Homo, we have the species of Homo sapiens. And then we have a subspecies, Homo sapiens sapiens. And all living human beings today are Homo sapiens sapiens. All right. And this is what is being said. All Homo sapiens sapiens have their genesis as such in Africa. This means that all living humans today are Homo sapiens sapiens and can trace ultimately back to the continent of Africa. This is what is meant by the statement, all humans are fundamentally African. This is a broader context. And the word fundamentally implies the following: originally, chiefly, essentially, principally, and primarily, etc. These are common synonyms for the word fundamentally. And you'll hear people interchange those words when they're speaking about this in this context. So now, the next statement, all humans are not African. Now, at the first look, it may seem to contradict everything I just said, but it doesn't. And here's why. So what does the statement mean? So what is or is not African in this context depends on the criteria that's used. All right. So now, among the subspecies of Homo sapiens sapiens, there's been mutations that have been occurring throughout time. Some of these mutations have occurred while still on the continent of Africa, and some of the mutations have occurred while outside of the continent of Africa. This is important when we try to anchor genetics to geographical locations. This can be done by way of what's called haplogroups, which are codes for these mutations. And since they occur in specific geographical locations and produce genetic populations, we can use this information to place these populations in various locations. So for example, haplogroup N3 is not African because it did not occur on the continent, this particular mutation. And by this method, we can say who is African and who is not African. And the key word to include here that I don't have on the screen is the word lineage. So your lineage depends on your maternal or paternal line. And if you are a member of a certain genetic population that has a certain mutation that took place outside of Africa, then your lineage is not African. But if you are a member of a genetic population whose mutation took place on the continent of Africa, then you are African. All right. And this is explained further by different geneticists, is the word lineage. So your lineage depends on your maternal or paternal line. And if you are a member of a certain genetic population that has a certain mutation that took place outside of Africa, then your lineage is not African. But if you are a member of a genetic population whose mutation took place on the continent of Africa, then you are African.
Do y'all get that? I mean, arguing about L3 for the past few weeks, everyone should fully understand now that the L3 or the L3 is significant in this out of Africa theory, but most importantly, if your haplogroup mutated on the continent of Africa, you're African. If it didn't, you're not. It's that simple. If both your haplogroups, because a lot of African Americans, right, in our struggle, you don't have two for males. You don't have two L's. Not a lot of males would have two L's in some instances. And in some instances they do. In some instances they don't. You might see a certain. Well, for people that have some European ancestry, I should put it that way. At least 20%, 24% or something like that, you might see some crazy shit. But it gets tricky. I don't think he's still in here though, Sutek. I mean, I let him back, but he ain't said nothing. But just listen to this. Just listen to this so you can digest it, because this is key.
All right. And this is explained further by different geneticists. But I want to show a map, an example of what I'm speaking about. I don't know if you all can see my cursor. Can y'all see my cursor?
Yeah, nigga, we see it.
Are you all able to see my cursor?
I think we in the chat.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay.
You sharing the screen?
Yeah, I'm sharing it.
All right.
But that wasn't my question. I'm saying, okay, all right. So if you could see my cursor on the bottom right, you will see haplogroups along the top. If you can see my cursor in this B, you'll see where you see the word African in kind of a light bluish color, East Asian in a red color, Euro-Indian in a yellow color, Asian in a brown, and American in green. And we're able to do this and make these distinctions because what's the standard or criteria that's being applied is lineages. And these lineages are based on membership within a haplogroup. So we have haplogroups that are known to have occurred on the continent of Africa, and therefore in the light blue, we'll see L0, L1, L2, L3, L4, L5. And these groups and mutations occurred on the continent of Africa. Therefore, thus, these are Africans. So you would be considered African. The other groups occurred outside of Africa. So everywhere else would be considered not African. So it's based on this criteria of lineage of how we can say, or why we can say, what's African and what's not African. All right. And even over here on the left hand side, you'll see a further breakdown where you have different names given to populations. All right, where you have African populations versus non-African populations. And this is based on what I just said. All right. So here is a map of mitochondria lineages. All right, this is the maternal mitochondria DNA and the haplogroups, the major nodes of the haplogroups. Now, mind you, each of these haplogroups that you see, like L2, L3, N, etc., they have various different subgroups. Okay, so these
Let me
are.
pause it real quick. So even in what he's showing right here, and this is 5 years old, listen to this. Look at L3. Let me make this bigger on the screen. Actually, I'll pull it up. Let me pull it up. Because I don't think y'all gonna be able to see it on the screen. But, man, this how long we've been, like, studying this shit, yo. And it's annoying. It's annoying. It's y'all don't even know how annoying it is. I'm trying to. I don't want that. I need the picture, the image, bro. This ain't a clear picture. Yeah, hold. Let me get y'all a clear picture. Even though y'all can see my screen right now, but the that image was trash. Y'all can go on this site with me, shit. I don't care. They busting heads, and you talk about. Never mind, I don't want to get into it. Talk about it. Where the damn map go, bro? Watch this. That ain't my shit. Family tree. Family ancestry. Eternal. There you go. Look what L3 is. The problem is that I want the whole map, but it was blurry. It was so blurry. I ain't even want to look at it. But that's the map. It's the map that he was showing right, y'all. It ain't gonna be right here. Photo. Shit, I want you to join in and shit. This map right here, but it's not bright. It's blurry. When I try to look, it was like so blurry. I can pull up any one of them that I want, but it was blurry. See, that's blurry. That's blurry. Yo, what is going on? Always on time. Golly. Oh, shit. Let me go back to image. Open image. Here you go. L3. Here. Not only here. What did you get? M and N. But you got the M and N, everywhere else. Come on, man. People been doing this for so long. You gotta respect them. Motherfuckers been doing this shit too long.
Your major nodes of the groups. And so you can see L1, L0, L1, L2, L3. L4 is not shown, but L4 is also inside of Africa. So anyone with a maternal lineage that falls in these groups, then your maternal lineage is therefore African. If it falls anywhere outside of here, then it is not African. All right. And the next one is the paternal haplogroups from your the Y DNA. And as you can see, A, B, E, and the sub of E3A and E3A, E3A and E3A, etc., are in the continent of Africa. Therefore, your paternal lineage, if you're a member of these particular haplogroups, then your paternal lineage can be said to be African versus the ones that are not African. So if your paternal DNA goes back to, let's say, R1, then your paternal lineage is not African. Now, to emphasize this, there's a geneticist people should be familiar with, Dr. Rick Kittles. He is one of the co-founders of AfricanAncestry.com. And in most of his lectures, he displays his genetic ancestry test results. And he says that he is 80% African, which means that he shares 80% of his DNA is shared with Africans and 20% other. But even that being said, he will also explain that his paternal lineage is not African. And that may confuse people, but then he explains why, and it's exactly what I'm going over tonight. He's 80%, he has 80% DNA shared with African or Africa, but yet his paternal Y DNA goes back to a place in Germany. So his paternal line is not African, his maternal line is African, and his autosomal or admixture composition is 80% African. So these are three different results or three different pieces of information that is combined when people are talking about their genetic ancestry. And we have to understand these differences. Okay, so that's what makes it not African. Now, anybody that sees Rick Kittles, no one's going to ever say that the brother is not African, or he's not an African American, and whatever the case is. But his paternal line is not African. So this is how specific the conversations with genetics can become, and we can't brush it off and microwave it or be very vague. Once we start to engage in conversations about genetics and ancestry and genomic issues, we have to start understanding that we have to start speaking the lingo, the jargon, the nomenclature. All right. And we have to be specific. So again, going back, all humans are fundamentally African. So by now, everyone should understand what that means. All it simply means is that all of humanity has its origins in Africa. Easy, right? All human beings have their origins in Africa. All living human beings today have their origins in Africa. It's just that simple. That's all it means. Second statement, all humans are not African. This statement is based on lineages, your paternal or maternal lineage. Where did these arise? Did they arise inside of the continent of Africa? Therefore, you're African, or these lineages, specific lineages, are African, or did it occur or arise outside of Africa? Therefore, it will be not African. So as you can see, these statements are not pitted against each other, and they're both statements are true, and they're not contradicting each other once you understand the context in which both statements are made and the standards that are applied to each one. Okay, so the answer is no. And I'm going to give an example that I gave on Facebook. If the statements are made on their own as standalone, they would appear contradictory. And I already pointed that out. So these statements were not made alone, but rather with context that explains clearly what is meant and why. So here's an example of the importance of context. Okay. So if I made a statement, number one, O.J. Simpson was found not guilty. And then I made a separate statement saying O.J. Simpson was found guilty. Somebody would look at me and say, well, wait a minute. It can't be both. Which one is it? It's you contradicting each other. It can't be both. So standing alone, these two statements are contradictory. So thus, both statements must be qualified by context. So if I were to explain myself, I would say statement one is based on the criteria of the criminal charges. He was found not guilty. Everyone's familiar with the O.J. Simpson trial. Statement two is based on the criteria of the civil charges. He was found guilty in civil. So without that extra piece of information, what we call context, then the statements will appear to be contradictory. Okay. So when we go back to these two statements, remember, context matters. And in the context of both these statements, they're both true. And that's it. So that's all I had to I wanted to go over and make clear. And this is for, to clear up the confusion that this statement may have caused, and people are taking it as that. So I'll end right there and open the floor. So if any of you all have anything, comments or questions for me, then go for it.
Okay. As I've stated in the Facebook post, that there seems to be a problem with people understanding, social demarcations versus geographic demarcations versus biological demarcation. And in the case of geographical and social demarcations, they are all the brainchild of human beings. They do not occur naturally in the world. So even the definition of what the borders of Africa, these are political borders. These have nothing to do with any kind of real demarcation zones. And it just depends on who you talk to as to where Africa begins and where it ends. For example, if we take Dr. Wesley Muhammad's idea of Arabia, then Africa extends all the way into the Middle East on the edge of Mesopotamia or ancient Mesopotamia. So what does that do if the criterion is that in determining who is African or not? And then if we look at this like geographically, there really is, when you look at the whole continent, like even the concept of a continent is not natural. It's political, and it's a European invention, which is why they give you the definition of a continent is a large landmass surrounded by water on all sides, but then tell you that Europe is a continent, when Europe is just Asia. Now we can argue that Africa is just southwest Asia, or that Asia is just northeast Africa, because you could just walk in any direction, of the so-called European or Asian continent. You could just walk. There's nothing blocking you from there. That means they're connected. So by what criteria are we calling something African? And I'm only pointing this out to show and demonstrate that when you start trying to combine biological categorizations with social categorizations, you're always going to have imprecise results. That when you really try to boil it down to its main essence, it's the categorization schema falls or fails. And this is fundamentally what we have here with, what is African or not. But, so we got to understand all of these is just generalities, convenience, so that we can have a conversation about human origins and human migrations, over time. And so, because we have to determine, like, how do we separate a species? Like, this is still being debated in biology. Like, what constitutes a species, the separation of a species?
Yes. And
what really makes Homo sapiens different from Homo neanderthals? Why can't Homo neanderthals just be Homo sapiens sapiens with big foreheads? So people need to understand these things before they start, going hard and telling people all kinds of crazy stuff about stuff that isn't concrete. And if you read the literature, this is mentioned. And so, but usually you would have to go into the deeper literature for this. The introductory, see, this is where people stop. They read the introductory stuff and think they got it, not understanding that the introductory stuff is a convenient truth. To get the real stuff, you have to go into the grad school stuff in the journals, where the real issues are being discussed. And so they give you a little bit of information, some generalities, so that you can get some grasp of the field. But then once you start getting into the field, you start to see where a lot of these things which were presented as concrete in the introductory courses are not as so in the grad courses. So I just wanted to, point that out.
Well, that's
remember that Diop also argued that Arabia and Mesopotamia is just Northeast Africa, based on fauna, based on climatology and things of that nature. So, if the Africans, Homo sapiens, met the Neanderthals in that area, they would still be Africans if we're going by that criteria. So, where do we put the demarcation and why? And is it justifiable outside because we said so?
Right. And I think that's important. And I've been recommending people to at the very least, watch some of the lectures done by Dr. Rick Kittles. And there's many others out there where he actually mentions pretty much everything you just mentioned and the things that I mentioned earlier. And so people have to understand the importance of the specifics or specificity of these kinds of disciplines and conversations as well. We can't just gloss things over, which we tend to do, coming from a layman's perspective, when these people they have specialized words and terms, for this kinds of things. This goes for any scientific discipline. So what people need to understand is what's considered a genetic population. And a genetic population is a population of people who share certain common traits and are able to interbreed. That's the broader sense, but on a more micro level, you have to share the common mutation. And so you have haplotypes, and in conjunction with this population, they will call them haplogroups. So now it becomes a genetic population or a group. And so the frequencies, where the highest frequencies are located based on geography, is where you can start anchoring genetics to a physical location on the planet. And so this is where you get genomic geography. I forgot the exact term that Dr. Kittles used, but let's say like I showed, L0, the highest frequency of that particular gene or group is inside of today what we call Africa. Now let's say we just change the name from Africa to something else. it still wouldn't change the science or where it is. It's just that the name of this geographical location will change and stuff. So like you were saying, the criteria for that can change. Like according to Diop, Mesopotamia and whatever else is part of Northeast Africa. But let's say what was it? I think it was one of the L's that came out of Africa. That's where it ended up. But they'll still say it's out of not African by some people's standards, and some people, if Diop was to say it, he would say that's Northeast. Northeast Africa. So that you know, that can shift, but the science is still there. And so, you know, the demarcation with the geographical terms, you know, these are things that the consensus came up with. You know, why is Africa Africa? Where does it stop? Where, you know, the borders and things like that. But the science is sound. The science is there. So genetic populations is there. It's just that in our conversations, to anchor, and this is another way it was explained. You have to address the who and you have to address the where. The who would be Homo sapiens sapiens, as an example. The who would be Homo sapiens sapien. The where would be Africa, what we call Africa today, because Homo sapiens sapiens have its genesis in Africa. So that's why that's how the conversation goes. You have the who and the where. So people who are, so the genetic population of haplogroup N3, that's the who, because you're talking about a population of people. Hopefully people can understand. And my thing, I just want to make sure people don't understand that that's not a contradictory statement when we say fundamentally African. And I kind of joked and gave the example that ketchup is fundamentally tomatoes. Like nobody would have a problem with me saying that because it's essentially tomatoes. It's made of tomatoes. You got
the same ingredients.
Yeah. So you got you know, they got the spices. You got Heinz 51 flavors or whatever, but it's fundamentally tomatoes.
Yeah, but different things occur in tomatoes and ketchup. Some different things happen. So let me jump in real fast. I think basically, you know, I like to talk fast and have fun, right? Truth is, talking fast, having fun, little cuss word here, little cuss word there, right? It kind of muddies the water a little bit because the said subject matter, right, is so serious, right, that at times you really have to slow down because we can get mixed up. Brother Saul speaks about geographical regions, social constructs, biology, right? These are things that are constantly mixed and matched in this conversation on Facebook Scholar. I call it Facebook Scholars, right? Think memes, throw a meme in there, and the whole thing is confused, right? Take a scientific article and start to read it, then the scientists themselves interchange words. And so if you're not really up on the material and really understanding completely, things can get all out of wax, all out of confused. It happens all the time when we talk about theories, right? To this day.
God damn, he said this 5 years ago, and then here it is in 2023. What's today's date? The 20th. But let's go back to the 19th. The same shit is prevalent because of an idiot that got me explaining that L3 is originated in Africa, and he didn't know the difference between a theory and a scientific hypothesis or scientific theory. He don't know the difference between a theory and a hypothesis, a scientific theory and a scientific hypothesis.
You will have people that you didn't beat up on a theory 5 years later still saying the exact same thing. And so the subject matter is very crucial. So like Brother Wuja talked about the different humans that reside on planet Earth. Most people don't even get that. We're so arrogant that we think we're the only humans that lived on Earth. And we're so arrogant, right, that we like to separate ourselves from the animal kingdom, okay? Our way of thinking that we're the only thing that is important on Earth and in the whole cosmos, right, will cause the conversation to get muddied again. You know, like, how dare you say that this particular organism extended from me? How dare you say that? Throwing a social construct with racism, white supremacy, we're even more confused. And so it's sometimes you got to slow it down and actually write stuff down. So when scientists use the word human, when you're reading certain articles, you got to really take your time and see, well, what humans are they talking about? Are they talking about archaic human? Well, what is archaic human? Are they talking about AMH? What is AMH? Anatomically modern human. Well, who are we? We are AMH. Are we archaic humans? No. Is Neanderthal archaic humans? Yes. Is Homo erectus archaic? Yes. How about Homo habiligensis? Yes. Well, what's the difference? What's the difference between Homo habiligensis and, say, Homo neanderthal? Well, Homo neanderthal and quote unquote AMH shared a common ancestor, or should I say Homo adultus. Homo adultus. So that Homo adultus and Homo neanderthal share common ancestor, because Homo adultus is what? It's an archaic human. You find them in Ethiopia. So they the ones that shared that. So the question that Wujai said, he said, well, people make mistakes. Is Neanderthal closer? Right? No, is chimpanzee more closer to Homo sapiens sapien?
Oh, let me ask you the question then, so you could break it down. And so this is another confusing thing, and rightfully so, on the surface.
You break my chain of thought, Wujai. I was going to get right to it.
I was going to ask you the question. Go ahead, because you go ahead.
I just pause for a minute because I'm getting old, and I thought I was going to say a cuss word, and as soon as I thought I was going to say a cuss word, I just stopped. So whenever I stop from now on, people listening, I'm thinking I might say a cuss word, so I'm just going to stop.
Oh, but let me ask you a question, which will cause you to go ahead and break it down.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Homo sapiens sapiens and Homo neanderthals share 99.7% DNA.
Yep.
But you will hear people that will say that today's humans only share 2 to 4% or so Neanderthal DNA. And they'll use that to say, well, don't scientists also say we share 98% with chimpanzees? So are we closer related to chimpanzee than we are with Neanderthals? So how would you explain that and break that down? Well,
there's a chart that says we share about don't quote me this, about 35% DNA with chickens. See what I'm saying? What they're saying is that the only reason two living organisms can share 99.7 DNA because they share in a common ancestor. I'm gonna say it again. The only reason two living organisms, the only explanation that they have so far, right? And this is why evolution reigns supreme, because you would have to explain why is it that Neanderthal and humans and Homo sapiens share that much DNA, right? That percentage, that 3% is like an ocean, though. I want y'all to know that and understand that. It's still large, right? But the reason they share this is because they have a common ancestor. They come out the same spot. And coming out the same spot, they inherited the daggone DNA. So, but watch this. And so why is it that 3% or 4%, you can find that still in humans? Because now we're talking about mixing. And now we're talking about what's left over. What is decided to be used. You know what I'm saying? That 4% is left. So what does that 4% deal with? So what was it? They was dealing with the skin. Neanderthals had a tougher skin. If you go to Denisovans, right, it was certain things that humans needed. And so that mutation was selected. That particular gene was selected, thus it survives, right? And so the Denisovans could deal with high altitudes, okay? And so people living in higher mountain regions needed to be able to deal with high altitudes. And so that's a particular gene that deals with that. So humans, right, inherited that gene. Remember, genes are selected based off the environment. So based off the environment, the percentages needed for Homo sapiens sapiens to survive in the colder regions, because remember, Homo neanderthal, right, it actually is formed in Europe is built for the cold. And so those things that help them survive in the cold, humans, right? Obviously, the human trace that was left over. So you got Neanderthal mixing with Homo sapiens sapiens. Obviously, Neanderthal is best fit for the cold, right? Obviously, coming out of Africa, you ain't built for the cold like that. And so those genes are selected over time. Those babies, Neanderthal and humans have babies, okay? Some die out, some survive. Those that have more of the gene to help the skin thick and help the skin pale a little bit, they're gonna survive longer than those who are not. So at the end of the day, you end up with 3 to 4% of DNA over time, because those are the genes that has been selected. That is totally different from sharing 99.7% DNA. But you got to slow it down, and the conversation is serious. And I suggest you do your own reading on that so you can get it straight in your mind. You can't just sit up here and listen. You got to actually participate in the study. That's like when they talk about linguistic argument. That's why we have such a problem with the linguistic argument, because people are just listening to other people instead of actually getting a book, right, text, and kind of read it to kind of get it a little bit. You know, go on YouTube and look for the serious information, not the craziness, the serious information on linguistics. Same thing with genetics. Get the serious information, right, so you can kind of understand what the hell is going on, because you will stay in confusions and you will have a total crazy argument. So let me, did I explain it good enough for you, Wuja?
Yeah, just a couple of things though. The reason why they share is not necessarily because of the XY chromosome. It has to do with the
Sister Naya, your audio went out.
Yeah, all right, hold on. Let me finish this off. I want to finish.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I want to finish though, Naya. Hold on, let me just close this out real quick.
Oh, okay.
Right. Real quick, and then you can And so when we deal with mitochondrial DNA, because that's what this whole conversation is really going down to. 1 second. It says, let's deal with this. Because mitochondrial DNA, okay, what is mitochondrial DNA? All right, it's the power cell. It breaks down food into energy so that cells can eat, and it's passed on from mother to mother, the majority of it, right? And so we're saying this because mitochondrial DNA is almost exclusively, right, passed from mother to offsprings without recombination. So we got to talk about recombination for a second. What's recombination? Recombination, genetic recombination is the production of offspring with combinations of traits that differ from those found in earlier in either parent. I'm gonna say this again. Genetic recombination is the production of offspring with combinations of traits that differ from those found in either parent. Y'all got that? Okay. So let's finish this again. It's almost exclusively passed from mother to offspring without recombination. So we're talking about this now, right? So y'all go look up paternal mitochondrial DNA transmission. Now watch this. Most mitochondria.
I just want to say, you mean maternal?
In every living. You say what?
No, I was just saying. You mean maternal? But go ahead,
Yeah, no, paternal. It says see the exception. The exception at paternal.
Paternal would be the Y DNA. You talking about MT mitochondria? Mitochondria is yes. Maternal.
That's what I said. Paternal mitochondria. Didn't I say that?
No, just go ahead. Continue. I was saying maternal is. But go ahead. Maternal is mother to daughter. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I ain't said. I said see the exception at paternal mitochondrial DNA transmission. PATERNAL mitochondrial transmission. Okay, most mitochondria in every living person differs only by mutations that have occurred over generations in the germ cell mitochondrial DNA since the conception of the original mitochondria Eve. All right. So we got to kind of like get the real understanding of what's going on here, right? So it's not that complicated, right? I'm gonna add one more piece to this real quick. Let's see. All of us carry our mother's DNA signature. Watch this. Within our mitochondria. So it houses markers only from our mother's lineage. It says my maternal markers, right, turned out to be, and I'm talking about, hold on. Let me get this woman's name real quick. Hold on. Pseudoscience. Okay, I'm reading from this article on CNN. All right, so they DNA tested her, but watch this. And this is gonna make everybody kind of understand this real fast. She explained that all of us carry our mother's mitochondrial DNA signature within a mitochondrial DNA. It say it houses markers only from our mother's lineage. Watch this. My maternal marker turned out to be H, which can be traced to a woman living in Dordogne region of France 20,000 years ago. Watch this. But this isn't reserved for my British mother and me. 47% of all Europeans are descended from the Haplogroup, which itself, watch this, which itself is an offshoot of humans who migrated out of Africa and into Europe. Did y'all get that statement? I'm gonna read the statement one more time. Right? She says her maternal marker turned out to be H, which can be traced back to a woman living in Dordogne region of France 20,000 years ago. Hit you with the butt now. But this isn't reserved for my British mother and me. 47% of all Europeans are descended from this Haplogroup, which itself, see, is an offshoot. You know what an offshoot is? A branch, a tree, right? This offshoot, okay, of humans who migrated out of Africa and into Europe. So when we say fundamentally African, that's exactly what we're saying. That you have offshoots that occurred outside of Africa. But to be an offshoot, you got to come from something that came from something. So where did that something come from? Came from Africa. So that's why I use it when I say we're all Africans. But I'm done. I'm gonna close with that.
Okay, let me just show.
But now you were saying something though.
So just a couple of things just to kind of go back with why we share 98% of our DNA with Neanderthal and some of the archaic human. It has nothing to do with the Y and the X chromosomes. As humans, we have 23. We get 23 from mom, 23 from.
Sister Naya, your mic went in and out.
Don't ring, mute yourself.
Okay, so we get 23 from mom, 23 from dad, and so that's a total of 46. The X and the Y chromosome, the maternal, paternal, most of the material with Neanderthal and why we share so much has to do with the other material that has to do with chromosome 1, which has something like 350 million base pairs. So altogether, we got about 3 billion DNA material. So that's why we share so much. It's not about the X or the Y really, because a couple of things about the Neanderthal. The first thing is that the Homo sapien female could not carry a Neanderthal child. So we know that the material that we see that traces back from Africa is material that is not not material from the X or the Y chromosome. It's actually from other aspects of the DNA and on the chromosomes. There's a couple of things, the hair, 70% of Asians have Neanderthal skin and hair. No, 70% of Europeans have Neanderthal skin and hair. 60% of Asians have Neanderthal skin and hair. There's some other genes that has to do with autoimmune diseases such as lupus, Another one is rickets. So the DNA that we got from Neanderthal had nothing to do with X and Y. It was more of the automosome, whatever part of the DNA. So that's all I really want to say. And the part that I focus on mainly is that all humans are not necessarily African, because as you guys know, Neanderthal didn't evolve in Africa. Neanderthal evolved in Asia and then Europe. So and we know that the Homo sapien female cannot carry a Neanderthal child. So and we know that Asians have these mutations in this material from Neanderthal, and the direction is from basically Homo sapien. I mean, the direction of the genetic material is from Neanderthal to Homo sapien, not Homo sapien to Neanderthal. So there was interbreeding, but the interbreeding was very, very early in the migration out of Africa. It's likely those Africans who came into the Middle East encountered archaic humans, and that's when the breeding began about 100,000 years ago, and that's where the exchange happened. So I just wanted to kind of clear up those points, and that's why I usually go to my position that all humans are not African, because we know that there are other things happening outside of Africa. So there's not just DNA or mutations, but there's some speciation as well that's happening in other continents, which I agree with Harold. They're all geopolitical. They're not really real. They're socially constructed, and we just use them primarily to communicate. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, I want to show on the screen just quickly to reinforce what was said so far. This may be too small. This may be small on everyone's screen watching, but if you just pull up the mitochondria DNA or mtDNA haplogroup map, and then you can do the same thing for the paternal haplogroup map, which would be the Y-DNA, and you'll see these different letters and where they are located on the map. And so I was pointing over here when Unc was reading what he read of the lady having the haplogroup H on her maternal line. And you can see it's over here somewhere in France. It's north of Africa in Europe, but over here in France. You can see it right here. So it'll be H and V and HV and RO haplogroups cluster around this particular area. Regardless of what land name we give this landmass, this is where this haplogroup is found. So the labels themselves can be whatever motivated, but the land is definitely natural. So we can't confuse the naming versus the actual earth itself. All right. So and then you see all the other haplogroups. So someone asked which haplogroups are African. And I would just, again, suggest you pull up a maternal. Now, there's two different ones. There's your paternal, which is based on the Y-DNA, and then your maternal based on MT, mitochondrial DNA. And so pull up those two maps, and you'll find out which ones are on the continent that today we call Africa, and which ones are not. It's just that simple. All right. To answer that question, which haplogroups are African and which ones are not. You can see by this map as well, but this may be too small. That's the maternal, and here's a paternal. So it is kind of small. Like Q3 over here is South America. Okay, so that would be an example of what's not African. All right, and so on and so forth. But you can see that all of these lines converge and intersect as you go backwards in time. So we're looking at a continuum that we can't ignore. And so this is where the two different contexts of these statements that I went over earlier, that all of these can be traced backwards in time over here to this landmass. And we call it landmass today. We call it Africa. All right. So that was it. I just wanted to share that.
Oh yeah, let me real fast. I want to deal with a quick term real fast. Speciation. That term was brought up. I think Sister Naya brought that up. Speciation is the evolutionary process by which biological populations evolve to become distinct species. Okay? Like you got some salamanders that are distinct species. You got some baboons. They're different species of baboons, but you do not have a different species of Homo sapiens sapien. That is one species. So I don't think I'm not sure if I'm not quite understanding what you were saying with that point, Nayo. Even if I might be just taking it out of context, but I did hear the word speciation with that.
Yeah, because
I always thought speciation is when a species becomes distinct from each other.
Well, Neanderthal.
Well, when I was talking about speciation, I was specifically talking about Neanderthal. Neanderthal did go through a process of speciation.
Okay, all right.
In Asia. So that's what I'm talking about specifically. Okay. And then I referenced the Asian markers that are Neanderthal, specifically the hair, the skin, 60% of their skin, and Europe, 70% of their skin. So the breeding with the Neanderthal happened early in the migration out of Africa. And basically, they evolved, Asians evolved over time, sort of like Africans, like you make the point, like we got the brow from this place, we got the lips from that place, we got the knees from that place. That happened also in Africa. I mean, in Asia. They were also mingling over there with the Dissonian and also the Neanderthal. So their DNA, not their DNA, but their morphology as well as their DNA is different, their skin, you know, so they have a lot more material from outside sources of Africa, and that's why they're primarily considered non-Africans, because Africans don't have.
That's why the native population is considered non-African.
The same type of material.
That's why the Africans that's claiming to be native is not natives.
Now we all have the same type of, you know, DNA, like you were talking about. 98% of our DNA is the same, but that has to do with on the chromosome level, like chromosomal, you know, 23, 46. So when I was saying speciation, I was specifically talking about the Neanderthal.
I just want to say on the screen showing now that I showed earlier, these are different species of human. And at the bottom, you can see Homo Neanderthal. So we have Homo sapiens.
For sure. These are different species of humans. Homo sapiens are not Homo Neanderthals. We're two different species. And I also told you earlier who could not have a kid from such and such. Golly, boy, this 5 years old, bro.
Sapien is a species. Homo erectus is a species. All of these second words, the first word in this whole list is the genus, Homo. The second word is the name of the species. All right. And if there was a third word, it would be the name of the subspecies. This is why we're called Homo sapiens sapiens, because we are a subspecies of Homo sapiens. So these are different species of humans. And human is interchanged with the word homo. So we have human sapiens, human erectus, human florensis, human habilis, human heidelbergensis, human naladi, and human Neanderthal. And all I did was exchange the word homo for human. See, these are different species.
Mm-hmm. Damn it, man. That particular chart you got right there, Uja?
Uh-huh.
Not that, but the other one? The DNA chart?
You mean the haplogroup one I was showing?
Yeah. You know what's interesting with that?
Oh, what's that? Let me pull it up. You were saying the haplogroup, which one? This one?
Just the whole thing, period.
Okay, go
right?
ahead. I got
It actually, if you follow the lines on it, you know what I mean? If you didn't know nothing about nothing, you know what you do see here? That all lines lead to Africa.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. Yeah, I mentioned it.
They all tied together.
Yes.
And let's deal with the 3 domains of life real fast here, right? Because I'm gonna go a little bit more than that, right? Let's come to the 3 domains. Bacteria. Hold on, let me get the phylogenetic tree real fast. Dang.
While you do that, I'm showing the hierarchy, and you're at the level of domain under life.
All right, so yeah, we got the 3 domains. We got big bacteria, archaic, and eukaryotic, right? Let me see. Should I share my screen for this real quick? Yeah, I'm gonna share my screen real fast. All right. Find that real fast, man. Just want to show y'all something. Y'all see the screen, right?
Give me a second.
Phylogenetic tree.
1 second. Let me.
Bacteria.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get that share so everybody can see it.
Well, I got right from you.
All right, you up?
Bacteria, archaea, eukaryote. Right here, we call that the universal common ancestor. So as long as you life on planet Earth, there is no separating it. There's a invisible line that ties us all together. And you know what that is? That's bacteria, archaea, and eukaryotic. You feel me? Even your DNA has a certain amount of bacteria in it, in its origin. Okay? Everything is tied together. So when they say that everything is everything, it's just that. So when the pseudo community tries to separate, right, the original or the African from the other animals on planet Earth, you can't do it. You can't separate yourself from the monkey. You want to, but you can't do it. You can't separate yourself from the chicken. You want to, but you can't do it. The only way to actually study human beings, I'm gonna say this again. The only way you can actually study and understand who you are as a human being, and that's to study the other animals around you. Because as you study the other animals around you, you'll start to realize, right, that there's a lot of things that's similar. There's a lot of things that's different, but there's a lot of things that are similar. Okay? So like, let me give you a good example of some things that are similar. Man, what is it called? Naya. Not yet.
Yes, sir.
Ovulating, right? Women ovulate. I couldn't think of it.
Okay.
Damn. If you take a hamster, you take 2 female hamsters and put them in the same cage, right? They'll end up ovulating at the same time. They'll sync up, and it'll go to the particular female hamster that is more dominant, right? That the less dominant will link up with it, right? But see, it's secreting certain hormones, right? Now, if you put a male in there in that same cage, right, they won't sync up. How do they know this? Take a male out the cage again, put the 2 women there and sync up. Take the air, right, from the cage of a male hamster and pipe that in, pipe the hormones in, right? Okay, because there's certain chemical reactions going on. The women will pick that up, right? And they will stop ovulating together and sync. You can do the same thing with women. Same experiment works with women, right? That the more dominant female, right? You know what I'm saying? The less dominant female, right? She'll catch up to that cycle right there and they'll start ovulating together. Okay, put a male in there, right? They'll stop syncing up. Interesting. There's a reason for that, right? I'm saying that we're animals, right? And we're the same. Now, there's distinct differences. Like, for instance, the humans, the Homo sapiens sapien, right, are the only ones that just have sex, period. not copulate, not for just having babies, just copulate for fun and fulfilling. Where the other animals in the animal kingdom, they strictly do it, right? Copulate, right? To produce, you know what I'm saying, the next generation. So there's a lot of similarities, and there's things in the human population that is totally different, good or bad. Because it can be a good thing and it can be a bad thing. Just to have sex, we have sex. We know that, right? I say this to say this clearly shows, right, our interconnectedness with everything through the genes, through the cells. You feel me? So ain't no getting away from that. Now I understand a lot of times you'll get people like those people who act like Africa is in North America, right? They'll say things like, "We are the original North Americans. They're African." And see, here's the confusion. And so I know based off my conversation, Sister Naya, she wants to stop that confusion. Because even I'll say they're not African. Well, you just said everybody was African. How come the Native Americans is not African? See, and they'll use that against you. They'll take the real serious information Wu John Sister Naya is talking about, and they'll mix it all together and spit it out, right? And they'll confuse those who are not down with the information in the data. Now, based off that chart that Wu Jia showed, right, that AMH ended up in North America. But based off the DNA markers, the Native American population has a distinct marker that no other human population has. Well, why is this? Why is it that the Native American population has a distinct marker that no other human population has? Because, Sister Naya will tell you, because they spent time in the area by themselves, right? And they developed that marker that no one else shares that marker. So when they say they are the seed people or the first people, because there's certain tribes that name that, they're the first, they actually are. That, you know, if you look at their stories, right? The ancient stories, the storytelling, it says that they're the first people, right? Guess what? They are the first people in North America based off that marker. So the question is, are these pseudos right when they say they African? Are they wrong? You got to ask them, what context are you talking about? And this is the confusion that happens in the community. So I understand the whole conversation. I just want to kind of put that out. I threw a few things together to put us together and just to kind of look at it. So y'all had to rewind this to get back into that. But do the study and do the research and understand. But the pseudo will absolutely use all that against you, man. I promise you.
And I want to reinforce, real quick, I want to reinforce, this is why it is imperative to pay attention to specific wording. There are key words in these scientific disciplines. People don't just make up these scientific disciplines. You have to understand that every single scientific discipline that's out there, you have the hard sciences like chemistry, astrophysics, biology, genetics, linguistics, all these sciences. Every single science has a nomenclature of words that are used specific to that science and the way that they use it. Like people know it and understand it better with what's called legal jargon. The way and the way the words are used in the court system may be different on the street. You can use the exact same words, but they have a different meaning in a different setting. So this is why it's very important to pay attention to keywords. So this is why on the screen, I have the word fundamentally highlighted or bold and in red, because you have to understand that all humans are not African, but are fundamentally African. And we have to stop dichotomizing everything. Okay. These both statements are true once people understand what is meant by them and what's meant behind them. So like I already explained, all humans are fundamentally African because all living human beings today are Homo sapiens sapiens, which has its genesis, which means beginning, in Africa. That's it. That's not hard to understand. Why are we not? No, why everybody's not African is because of everything that Unc just mentioned and what Naya mentioned earlier. Because you have things that have occurred, genetic populations. One, you have an aspect of speciation that take place, and that speciation, which is a split takes place outside of Africa, and those whatever the results of that speciation stays outside of Africa, hence Homo Neanderthal that have occurred, and therefore by that criteria they're not African. So as long as people understand that these are different contexts in which these words use. I mean, it comes down to really basic English as well, in expression and expressing and understanding what these words mean. All right. So and to that Native American thing, it's because they don't understand this stuff is why people will say things like everybody who's black is African. Now they done introduced a whole nother component to the mix, which is just the lookership, just based on your skin color, and that's a United States thing, more prevalent, where people were grouped and categorized based on skin color. Even legislation was passed based on skin color and stuff. Then you had the biology. They tried to put the biology in there. Very, very poor job with the 1-drop rule. They didn't have the genes, but they were just saying, hey, if you have one ancestor in your tree, then you guess what? You are a Negro.
You just let it go, man. Some things you gotta just let go, man. Yeah, and we explain these things through evolution.
I want to visually show what you were talking about when we go through the different domains and the ranks. Mm-hmm. We have Euchara as a domain. Then we have the kingdom of animal, and animals are all these organisms that can move on their own. So there's different kingdoms.
So all of a sudden, since white people are Neanderthals, I'll take that. Now I'm sharing my screen. So if white people are Neanderthals, then who are black people? It says it has become interestingly clear through DNA studies that modern humans may have interbred with Neanderthal. We know that question has been totally answered. It says in Eurasia, following their migration from their ancestral African homeland. Okay. Now, based on new DNA research conducted by the team of scientists from the University of Arizona, look it up. Look up the University of Arizona and the University of California, San Francisco. It seems that modern humans had already established a pattern of mixing it up with their more archaic cousins before they even left their southerly African climes. Now watch this. And so it's almost like you can see the twig in somebody else's eye, but can't see the log in your eyes. So black people mix it up way more than anybody else mixed it up before they left, after they left. Let me finish. Says team leader Michael Hammer, associate professor in research, scientist with the University of Arizona, research lab. He said, we found evidence of hybridization. Look up hybridization, is important. Hybridization between modern humans and archaic forms, not form, but forms with an S in Africa. It says, it looks like our lineage always exchanged genes with their more morphologically diverse neighbors. This conclusion and study and results were published in the proceedings of the National Academy of Science using a computational and statistical approach through simulations of genes sequence. The researchers were able to identify unusual regions in the genome that would be indicative of fragments of archaic human genes inherited by anatomically modern humans. DNA samples from modern sub-Saharan populations were taken for the testing. Morphologies differ from that used recently by other scientists in genetic studies in modern and Neanderthal humans. It say while DNA samples can be successfully extracted for testing from Neanderthal fossils, DNA samples from the remains of archaic humans in Africa cannot be successfully obtained as more tropical environments, conditions, in Africa did not permit significant preservation of their DNA through time. It say the team thus used simulation techniques based on predictions of what archaic human genome sequences would look like and had survived within the DNA of modern human cells as substituted for the lack of available DNA. Now, what I would like to do is let me come to an actual another article, right, where they got that from. Okay, so we always want to go to where they got that from. They got it from genetic evidence for archaic admixture in Africa. And this is what the read actually says. It says the long debated question concerns the fate of archaic forms of the genus Homo. Did they go extinct without interbreeding with anatomic modern humans, or are their genes present in contemporary populations? Same thing we talked about. So why is it crazy as heck when you leave Africa and the white people are just these people because they mixed? But the mixing that took place in Africa is cool. We're gonna have to figure that out. It says the question is typically focused on genetic conditions of archaic forms outside of Africa. Here we use DNA sequence gathered from 61 non-coded autosomal regions in a sample of their sub-Saharan African population, the Mandinka, the Blaka, and the San, to test models of African archaic admixtures. We use two complementary approximate likelihood approaches and the model of human evolution that evolves recent population structure with and without gene flow from archaic population. Extensive simulation results rejected the null model of no admixture and allow us to infer that contemporary African populations contain a small portion of genetic material, 2%, that integrates 35K from the archaic population that split from the ancestors of anatomically modern humans, 700K. Three candidate regions showing deep haplogroup divergence, usually patterns of linkage. What's this word? Disequilibrium. Yeah, I know it, but I can't even say it. Say it again.
Disequilibrium.
Disequilibrium and small basal-clad size and interfered and distributions of integressive haplogroups surveyed in the sample of the population from across sub-Saharan Africa. All right, so I don't went this far. The point I'm making here is that for us to sit up here on these shows, for us to talk about how it wouldn't be no white people without Neanderthal, and how it made them crazy, or it made them this, it gave them certain disease, it had that. That's called being a damn hypocrite. Because we got heavy mixing with not only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe different types of archaic human beings. It's a crazy argument. It don't even make any sense, because without this interbreeding, would none of us be here today.
Okay, I'm sorry. So who making those points? Are we on a different? You talking about this show or a different show?
Well, they say when you throw a rock, the one that cries is the one that hit.
I kind of got shuffled around right there too. I'm like,
you
man,
went all the way. Okay, we're gonna give you that one. I don't know where.
Yeah, I don't know who you addressing on that one, huh?
No, I wasn't addressing. No. Come on, man. We know the pseudo community always talks about that white people came from Neanderthal. Am I correct in this?
Oh, right. That's what I was
talk
asking.
about the breeding and how awful it was to breed with Neanderthal and how we never breeded with nothing. We was the pure Africans. That is not.
That's the truth. Damn, I don't understand what's wrong with you. But I don't understand what's the problem with that shit.
Wait, hold up. But let me check this out. But based on the conversation so far from when we started till now, all Homo sapiens were Africans the longest. Like humanity was Africans the longest than they were not African. Now we could make that clear. So all the mixtures that took place was in Africa.
Say what? Say what?
Okay, I'll say it slow. Humanity has been Africans for longer than humanity has been non-African. Okay, on a macro level, we can understand that. I'm talking about the time frame. Okay,
I get what you said. We was Homo sapiens first.
We were Homo sapiens first, and we were in Africa the longer than like humanity has been inside of Africa longer than humanity has been outside of Africa.
Hey, you know what's deep, Uja?
Wait,
humanity is mixed.
That's for sure, but that's
deep.
Yeah, but I'm saying, I'm trying to walk. As long as everybody understands.
I'm just tripping on up though. If other Africans are Mexican, but other Africans on the continent that look similar to them or whatever.
No.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, and then another thing, what you had read, I understood what you read. I don't know if you understood what you read, but what you said was that the archaic DNA is not it's not enough evidence for them to show, but they just using a hypothesis to say that this is possibly what happened. They don't have any archaic DNA evidence to prove that that's the link, right?
No, because it didn't preserve.
Not on the continent. They have it off the continent.
Yeah, and based on
science is predictive. Science predicts things, and based off of predicting, like for instance, if I jump off of this chair, right, flying through the air, I'm gonna hit that daggone ground. We can predict that based off of other things happening. So based off of testing Neanderthal DNA and seeing where it falls at in the human genome, they can predict, right? Based off of the fact that there are other humans there, based off of the fact that certain things are happening that are very, very, very weird on the human genome, they can predict that it actually did mix. And now they have actual bones to show that humans mixed on Africa.
Yeah, and by that standard, now I'm bringing it back into the context of this whole conversation. Then I think what Brother James is saying is that even Homo sapiens mixing with archaic humans, they did so on the continent. Therefore, they would still be all African.
Indeed.
So really, so as long as you deal with, as long as you have sex with a bear on Africa, it's cool. If you leave Africa and have sex with a bear, then it's uncool. All right, man, whatever.
You just Wu made the same point to me earlier, and you agreed with him. Come on.
Yeah, because we have lineages. See, that's why. See, we got to understand, man.
Wait, how is that the same point? I don't get that being the same point. I get it as mixing is mixing is mixing.
Well, no, because okay, if mixing is mixing, if mixing is mixing is mixing, then why will we?
Just for the people that's tripping. This ain't like super old stuff. The team identified 14,042 regions of archaic DNA in which the sequence of nucleotides, the 4 DNA letters A, G, C, and T. So if you go back and look at A, G, C, and T, watch where you see A, G, C, T show up. A, G, C, T. A, G, C, T. In America, what you see? A, C. Differs from those in modern humans. It's a lot. I know it's a lot. My bad. It's a lot.
We have this disparity then. So it's not just that it's not that simple.
No. What disparity?
Okay, you said mixing is mixing.
Right.
Okay, so you're saying now mixing in and of itself is the act of mixing. So I agree. But we got to be specific. I don't understand. Like sometimes we talk surface, and then sometimes we get in details.
I ain't talking no circles. I said the humans had.
No, I said surface.
With a couple different species of humans, yo, in Africa.
And that's a fact. That's absolutely true.
That means they all African.
And so James agrees with you, and James says because that occurred in Africa, and they were also Africans, even though we call them archaic, then they still all Africans.
Yo, if I have sex with a red bone, does that mean that she's not African?
No, I admit that since it happened on the continent of Africa, since they ain't have no lines back then, like they ain't have no borders. We can play the game. They ain't had no borders. I
got a DNA border. This show where the Neanderthals started up in Europe. Nah. That's where the border is. That's what you ain't getting. That's what they showing through DNA. That's what the border is. But Homo sapiens, where Homo sapiens is at, they down in Africa. When they got where the Neanderthals at, that's where you see admixture. That means that they're not pure, no longer pure Homo sapiens no more. They are something else. And
okay. Wait a minute, but there ain't no pure Homo sapiens. That was mine.
It is on the continent of Africa.
Hey, that's where he wrong. Because they mixed with Neanderthals does not make them no longer Homo sapiens. Ujawu just told him what's going on with that earlier on in the show. James trying to make everybody African. That's what he's doing. Him and Uncle having Uncle's having an argument with James about trying to over Africanize every goddamn thing. And Ujawu is having Ujawu is trying to clean the shit up to give it proper context. That's what's happening.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I just read the article. It can't be pure Homo sapiens.
What do you mean? Hold up. But when they came out of Africa, how did they get Neanderthal in the
when they came out of Africa, they was already interbred. All right.
Not with no Neanderthal, they wasn't.
Hold up, James.
With other archaic humans.
Hey, James.
I know what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying, James, you talking real loud. I don't know what kind of phone you got, but boy. Hey, James.
Is this better? I don't know if I need to cut. I don't know how to cut it.
Yo, you got
just pull it away from your. Just
should be loud.
Come on.
I got a Galaxy 8. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, just pull it away from your mouth a little bit. That's all. Maybe that's it.
Yo, turn it. I almost said a cuss word, but
Nah, you already said one right before it, but it's all good.
When? I did not.
Oh man. All right, look. Hold up. No, all right, here we go. We're gonna timestamp this because now you're gonna be my witness. We're gonna timestamp this right here, and you hear Unc say he didn't say one, but he did. We're gonna rewind it when we're done. But anyway, so listen. So what I wanted to say though is that this is the thing. In order for Homo sapiens to mix, then at the point prior to mixing, they weren't mixed just by the logical definition of mixing.
Now stop. You're getting in trouble right now. Don't you do it. Don't you do that.
Okay, so all right, so how am I in trouble?
You're in trouble because Homo sapiens is a mix.
No, okay.
It is a mix.
Wait. Okay, hold up. Homo sapiens is a mix.
Yep.
So wait. So
you would not have Homo sapiens without these archaic humans coming together.
Now that's a different statement. That's a different statement though. But what is being deemed Homo sapiens there has to be something. There has to be something that we would identify as that.
Nah, dude. I ain't gonna lie to you. I've been up for the last 10 days reading, and at the end of the day, throw everything out the window. Homo sapiens is really a mix.
Okay, so if you're saying Homo sapiens is a mix.
Yeah.
But look at what you're doing. Hold up. But look what you're doing. So let me ask you: is Homo erectus a mix?
Well, I don't know about that. I'm just dealing with the studies. And as a matter of fact, probably so. Yep. Because you got a Homo erectus in Africa, and you got Homo denisovans.
Okay, so check this out.
With the different type of Homo erectus.
Okay, so check this out. Now earlier,
so all intermixed. Yes, so you're right. That
okay.
they are all intermixed.
So. Okay. Now check this out. Earlier, you pulled up a picture of a eukarya. You had the different domains. Remember that?
Yeah, and show how they was mixed.
Okay, wait. You show how those 3 domains there. Then you show at the bottom how everything merged into one.
Yeah,
and you made a statement, everything is everything. So by your standards and what you're saying, everything is a mix. So I just want you to understand that now that since we could say everything is a mix, then what we're calling Homo sapiens sapien is an identifiable distinction. So let's just work with that. Homo sapiens sapien is an identifiable distinction from everything being mixed.
Almost, not necessarily, and that's what they're starting to talk about now. That is very when they start to find these different bones now, it is not as easy, it's not as distinct as we thought it was.
But hold up, wait. Now I'm speaking on the microbiological level because when we're talking about
I'm saying bones and stuff now. When they find these different bones.
Okay, I understand that. But
it's all mixed up now. It's crazy now.
Okay.
Because remember they thought Australopithecus was really like the genius of the Homo group, right? They thought that maybe but that's not it now. She's not that.
Australopithecus.
Yeah, Australopithecus, right? Lucy or Degnesh, which Dr. Ben talked about, right? Is not did not produce the human line. You got Australopithecus RD.
Okay, I understand that, but I'm on this mixed thing.
So they got different. Matter of fact, I can get it, because I've been reading this for the last few days, man. I'm
on this mixed thing. I
hear what you want to say, but I'm saying that gonna get you into trouble, like it got me in trouble.
No, it's not, because I'm saying the reason why we label things, labeling things sets up a demarcation line. Okay, so when we call something, we know fundamentally everything is everything, as you pointed out. And now if we're gonna ride in that paradigm that everything is everything, then we wouldn't have all these millions of labels for all these different things. I wouldn't call this microphone a microphone, or this mic stand a mic stand. I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a computer monitor, a computer computer monitor from a computer, from this book right here in my hand. Wait, I'm saying the reason why we label things what they are is because we set up these distinctions. So what we're calling Homo sapiens sapien is a categorization and a setup of a distinction. We can distinguish Homo sapiens sapien from Homo erectus. True?
We can distinguish Homo sapiens sapien in words. But when it comes down to the fossil record, it's hard to distinguish a lot of different things. What they thought fit in this category no longer fits in this category.
Okay, so are you saying Homo sapiens sapiens is the same as Homo erectus?
Nope, I'm saying.
Okay, so let's work with that. Let's work with that. How do they know hold on. Let's work with that. Let's work with that. So we can distinguish. Keyword distinguish. We could distinguish Homo sapiens sapien from Homo erectus. True or false?
Yeah, but it's not as distinct as you would want it to be.
Well, I haven't said what I wanted to be. I'm not. Yeah, well, I'm not. I ain't go that far yet. I'm going slow.
Keep going though. You get to your point though. I don't feel like don't do me with the long going out.
I'm not. The faster you answer my question, the faster I'll go. So
but you take me like I'm on a witness stand. Just come on, get to your point. You're trying to get me stuck in. Come on.
All right, let's go. All right, let's go on to something else because now let's go on to something else because.
Come on with that, man.
Okay, let's go on to something else because.
65 questions to ask Brother Unk. Stop that, man. Get to your point.
Man, you keep bringing up those kind of things like you did last time. Okay, you said I'll be in trouble. I'm saying I won't, but let's go on to something else because you don't like the way I slow down. You like to go fast.
No, so, just say the point you're making. What's the point you're making?
I already my point. I'm actually backing it up now.
I ain't trying to hear your point, bro. Just go on to say that.
I already made. I started with my point. Now I'm qualifying my point. I said
qualify your point.
No, I was doing that, so I'm going to restate the point. My point is that Homo sapien sapien is a distinct thing. When he said pure Homo sapien sapien, you said that there is no such thing as a pure Homo sapien sapien because Homo sapien sapien is mixed. And I'm saying that if somebody were to say pure.
Hold up. Go get shot one. Go get shot one. Go get him. Let's keep it a buck. Because he's the only nigga that is fighting this right here.
Let's go on to something else because now let's go on to something else because
come on with that, man.
Okay, let's go on to something else because
365 questions to ask Brother Unk. Stop that, man. Get to your point.
Man, you keep bringing up those kind of things like you did last time. Okay, you said I'll be in trouble, and I'm saying I won't. But let's go on to something else because you don't like the way I slow down. You like to go fast.
No,
so
just say the point you're making. What's the point you making?
I already made my point. I'm actually backing it up now.
I ain't trying to hear your point, bro. Just go on to say that.
I already made. I started with my point. Now I'm qualifying my point. I said.
But qualify your point.
No, I was doing that. So I'm going to restate the point. My point is that Homo sapien sapien is a distinct thing. When he said pure Homo sapien sapien, you said that there is no such thing as a pure Homo sapien sapien because Homo sapien sapien is mixed. And I'm saying that if somebody were to say pure of anything, because like I said, everything is everything. Like you gave an example earlier, you said there's bacteria inside of humans and stuff like that. So there's no pure anything in that very strict sense that you were saying, oh, Homo sapiens is not pure, whatever. So in a conversation, when we say Homo sapiens,
that's why there ain't no original nothing. Ain't no original nothing. This fool over here talking about original archaic human, original Homo sapien, original human. No, it ain't. This stuff 5 years old. This is what I was telling people, yo. Like, you know what I mean? I understand that a lot of people ain't ahead. Craziness.
Sapiens, we're simply just talking about a distinct type of human being. That's it. So there is a Homo sapiens sapien that's distinguished from non-Homo sapiens sapiens. And in that sense, if I say pure Homo sapiens sapiens, out of the Homo sapiens sapiens, they're not mixed until they meet up with non-Homo sapiens sapiens, i.e., or such as the Neanderthal in the Levant area, and they interbred, right or wrong. Is that? Yeah, I'm saying, do you agree with that? That Homo sapiens sapiens mixed with Neanderthals at some point?
Yeah, outside of Africa.
Okay, right. So those Homo sapiens sapiens can be distinguished from those Neanderthals for us to even say that they mixed.
Sometimes it can be.
Boy, you're a hell of a motherfucking dude. I mean, but I feel you. I'm
just saying, through the bone, sometimes they can. Sometimes they can, and sometimes they can't.
All right, let's talk about the times that they can.
I can show you a skeleton of that they just found. What about Homo naledi? That changed the whole game. What is Homo naledi? What is that?
It's different from Homo sapiens sapiens. It's different from Homo sapiens sapiens.
Just simply being archaic just means basically robust features. What makes the Neanderthal different is going to be like the genetic material and the alleles, which was specific to that out of Africa experience. So when we know that, they're non-African mainly because they were archaic, yeah, but that archaic is their robust features. What makes them non-African is those alleles and that stuff that they picked up in Asia and in Europe. So that's the difference. So the Africans wouldn't have picked up that out of Africa experience. Everything was in Africa. So yes, they were archaic, but fundamentally, that big word we're using, they were pure Africans.
Okay.
What? Oh man, I disagree. We can move on though.
Yeah, it's right there. It's plain. Homo sapiens sapiens originate in Africa. Can I get an amen? Can I get an amen? Homo sapiens sapiens, their genesis was inside of Africa.
Uncle agree with evolution. This is what's crazy. He agree with evolution. He's saying that at one point that they were Homo habilis or whatever. They was a distinct species at that time. They evolved into at one period in time Homo sapiens. That's what they were. They wasn't. It wasn't no admixture or nothing like that. The DNA is what
Unc not saying that. Unc not saying that in 2017. Unc position has changed. In 2017, Unc is now saying, based off the new available fossil finds, right, that certain things that were in certain categories have moved out of that category, that Homo sapiens sapien is a collection of archaic humans that inbred with each other to give the Homo sapiens sapiens certain features. And after they got their certain features, they still then interbred with other robust archaic human beings, and then they left Africa and dealt with another set of archaic humans.
So what you saying is before they left Africa, they had all this interbreeding created the Homo sapiens.
Some kind of different type of archaic human that all of a sudden that when you make with that, you're a different type of human. Man, the process of being Homo sapiens sapien is mixed. So when they left, they continued that process of interbreeding. That's why they interbred, because that's something they used to doing any old way.
Okay, let me ask you. I got a question for you.
But if you agree with DNA, all they're saying is through scientific research, they found out that all non-Africans are Neanderthals. That's what they say.
I got a question for you, Unc.
No. All non-Africans are Neanderthal.
They have Neanderthal DNA. Come on.
That's the two different statements, though. Now, you don't think that's a different statement?
Yeah, that's what she said.
I see. Yeah, it is a different. James like to say they Neanderthal.
Acting like he's fucking dumb. Okay, dumb. You know what we talking about, bro.
I don't know what you're talking about, because then
hold on. Let me be clear. All non-Africans have Neanderthal DNA.
Okay, and all
Africans have DNA.
Something else that ain't called Neanderthal DNA.
No, they have but that's the difference between morphology and DNA, you got to incorporate both. You're right what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying, but that's the morphology part of it. The DNA was right. The DNA was the same, the morphology was different. But off the continent,
DNA was not. Hold on. What'd you say now? I missed it. You said what?
I'm saying the DNA was because the continent, the alleles with the African and how it was different than outside of so Asia is not different than Africa. No. It's a different climate, right?
No. It's a different. You're saying alleles on Africa was different than the alleles off of Africa?
Yeah.
If you're a monster in Africa, you got monster African DNA.
That's not scientific.
Neanderthal. We call them monsters. So let's call them monsters.
No, we're
certain
not.
Things happen in the environment, natural selection of the environment, natural selection. So in Asia, there was pressure, there was stress from the environment. And so that produced different phenotypes and stuff. The same thing in Africa happened, yes, but the environment was different.
So you got a nappy-headed Australopithecus.
Okay, I got a question for you, Unc. Serious question.
You got a nappy-head A00.
Okay, Unc, I got a serious question for you. Okay.
No,
yes, I do.
Set a trap.
No, I'm not. Okay. Okay, listen, we got Homo sapiens sapiens, right? And they are living inside of Africa, on the continent of Africa. What you said? Hold on, let me set up the scenario. Hey, you trying to dictate the scenario? I'm trying to ask you a question. So here's a scenario. Here's a scenario. We got Homo sapiens sapiens living on the continent of Africa. They doing their thing. All of a sudden, they meet up with archaic humans, because I'm using your narrative. So they meet up with some archaic humans and they interbreed with them. Are you with me? You still with me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. All right, me switch up. Look like you stepped away. I'm like that. Unc done moved away from the screen and everything. So So we have Homo sapiens sapiens meeting up with some archaic humans, but they're doing so on the continent of Africa. All this is taking place on the continent of Africa. So my question is, the descendants from that interbreeding, what are they called?
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. Now, a new question: would you call them Homo sapiens sapiens?
Yeah, we call them Homo sapiens sapiens.
Or let me make sure this is straight. I'm saying
Homo. The narrative on what a Homo sapiens sapien was, because it seems to be a running narrative that all of a sudden Homo sapien is this purebred African.
No. That's not what I'm saying. Just follow what I'm asking real quick. I'm saying we have Homo sapiens sapiens interbreeding with some other archaic humans on the continent, and those descendants. I'm saying, would you call those descendants of that mixture Homo sapiens sapiens?
I'm gonna call them Homo sapiens sapiens interbred.
But they're not going to be the same as Homo sapiens sapiens. Am I correct?
Well, Homo sapiens sapiens are interbred. There is no Homo sapiens sapien without interbreeding.
That was a different question. Okay, but that's not.
I just want to make that clear for the record.
Okay.
There aren't a such thing as Homo sapiens sapiens that weren't a composite of different archaic humans. I just want to make that for the record.
Okay, got you. But now answer my question. You probably forgot my question because you were trying to make that point.
The question was, are they still called Homo sapiens sapiens? Yeah, we're gonna call them Homo sapiens sapiens. But now it's clear what a Homo sapiens sapien is now.
Okay, so hold up, wait. So I just want to get clear. So you're saying a Homo sapiens sapien who has mixed with the archaic human that's not a Homo sapiens sapien. You're saying the result of that interbreeding, you would still call that Homo sapiens sapien.
Yeah, because Homo sapiens sapiens are to interbreed now.
Okay, now let's take that same logic. Hold up, y'all. Let's take the same logic. Here we have a Homo sapiens sapien. They meet up with a Neanderthal now, and they got interbreeding right there. Yep. Would you still call that offspring Homo sapiens sapien?
Yeah.
You would call that Homo sapiens sapien as well?
Yeah, the ones that survive are these?
Yeah, the descendants.
Outside
the descendants, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
what I'm saying is that the Indians, the Europeans are just as much Homo sapiens sapien as the African is on the continent. That's all I'm saying.
So okay, no,
because to be interbred is to be a Homo sapiens sapien. That's all I'm saying. I just want to make that clear.
Okay, so I'm following you now. So
due diligence. This conversation is 5 years old, brother. He told you in 2017 this conversation was had. 5 years ago. And Pan-African James pseudo was hell.
So basically, no matter. So now I'm gonna fast forward. Basically, whoever according to your logic, whoever Homo sapiens sapien interbreed with, they'll still be called Homo sapiens sapiens.
Whoever the Homo sapiens sapiens bred with.
I'll say it again. Based on the two scenarios, and now I'm fast forwarding because now I have established your logic. Whoever Homo sapiens sapiens interbreed with, that result or that descendancy will still be called Homo sapiens sapiens, no matter who they interbreed with.
No, that don't make no sense, Wu-Jia.
That's exactly what you're.
That's not what I'm saying, Wu-Jia.
That's Hold up. Does anybody else?
No, first of all, I'm sitting here reading this, so I ain't really paying too much attention.
Okay, all right. So let me
everything back there. Let's get right here. If you're saying if a lion mixed with a bear, at the end of the day, that bear is still gonna be a bear. That's not what I'm saying, Wu-Jia.
No,
I'm not saying that, bro.
Nope, that's not. I didn't.
There's no such thing as an original archaic human, original Homo sapien. There's no such thing called original. Say that I'm clear as day. Ain't no one more time. Ain't none of that shit.
I got a serious question for you. Okay.
No, you don't. You
Yes, I do.
set a trap.
No, I'm not. Okay.
Trap before you set it.
Okay, listen. We got Homo sapiens, right? And they are living inside of Africa, on the continent of Africa. Early, what you said? Hold on. Let me set up the scenario. Hey, you trying to dictate the scenario?
Ain't nobody playing no word games. There's no original archaic human. There's no original Homo sapien. So won't you be clear? Are you insinuating that humans been on the planet the entire time? Answer the question. There's no such thing. I don't know why you keep saying that. Why you can't answer the question? Why you can't answer the question? You going back and forth with Sutek, trying to hop on many different people's channels, and then someone asks you a simple question, you can't answer it. You have misquoted me. You don't even know what I'm saying. You said it, nigga. What do you mean? You said it. You said it on Not a Coincidences show. You said, so Sean, you telling me that there ain't no original archaic human? Are you telling me there ain't no original? No. Let me change it. There ain't no original archaic human, no original Homo sapien. But really, to make it better for you, you said first. You said original and you said first. That's what you said. You don't even know what the fuck I said, yo. You don't know what you're talking about. You just talking. Man, this nigga gone again, yo. Peace out, Shy. Talk about you got integrity, nigga. You can't even motherfucking be honest, yo. You said that shit. Not a coincidence to tell you that shit, yo. You just saw some bullshit.
I'm trying to ask you a question. So here's a scenario. Here's a scenario. With Homo sapiens living on the continent of Africa. They doing their thing. All of a sudden,
he still won't answer the question. I don't understand why he won't answer the question. Is he trying to insinuate that humans have been on the planet? How long have humans been on the planet? How long have humans been on the planet? Is he insinuating if we always been here, right? Where's this evidence for that? Because he danced around that shit. He said, no, you know what though? If we go back to the first argument with Shah over this whole bullshit when he started asking dumbass questions, he says that, and he says that in that show. I'm gonna have to go find it, but he says that in that show that we always been here. He uttered those words. I'm gonna find it and play it when I got time. And that shows how pseudo is. And then he talks about original or first. The nigga there ain't no first. There's no first human, bro. The oldest that we have is 315,000 years ago in Morocco. Before that, it was found in South Africa, then East Africa. The Morocco put the South Africa and East Africa into second and third place. So we ain't even done there. So, another discovery on the continent of Africa can push the Morocco back. especially if by them hypothesizing that there could be earlier. Well, no, I ain't gonna say that. Anyway, I'm gonna let the evidence uncover it. But he did, yeah. So I don't need to replay that again and talk about integrity. They ain't got no integrity.
Coming together. You can go to the Max Planck Institute, and they'll talk about things like the cranial, the back it out cranial. Because see, the elongated cranial is what separates Homo sapiens sapiens. But this elongated cranial came from an archaic species. Your eyebrows, your forehead came from an archaic species. Your mantle, your chin comes from an archaic species. So these different phenotypes all come together to form Homo sapiens sapiens based off of the research at Max Planck Institute, the same place where Pablo, does his research at. I just want to do that for the record. So Homo sapiens sapien is a mixture from the start.
Okay.
From the start.
Okay, hold on. Naya, let me just real quick, Naya.
These different features they're calling Homo sapiens sapien. Now go ahead and move forward.
Okay, so that's great. All right, so now I'm gonna accept everything you just said.
You ain't got no choice because I can back it up. You have no choice in the matter.
No, okay. Number one, I never disagreed with anything you just said.
Keep going. So keep moving. So where's your disagreement at then? Let's get to your disagreement of what I'm saying.
No, I'm gonna get to my question because we're doing this again.
Hold on. Before you get to your question, can you tell me where you disagree with me at, please? So at least I'll know. See, you know you disagree with me.
No,
I want to know too. So when you start questioning me down to the ground,
okay, listen.
Then you got to do Wuja like this. So Wuja, where am I wrong at? In everything that I've said, where am I wrong at?
In everything you just said, I will repeat. I agree with it. So I don't know why you want to force a disagreement out of it.
Question me down then. If you agree with everything I said, then what's the question for?
So let me get to it then. Can I do that?
So what's your point of contention then?
Everything. Listen, man. Everything doesn't have to be a contention. I'm asking you a question. Okay.
For what reason? There has to be a reason for you to ask me a question. What is your reasoning?
Okay.
I'm going to ask you a question, but since you don't disagree, then what is your reasoning for asking me questions like this?
Because and I'm gonna tell you because my question has nothing to do with everything you just said, and I agree with that.
Your question has something to do with.
Let me get to it. Why constant? Why? Let me get to my question. Let me get to my question.
Why don't you tell me what you don't understand first? Because you're trying to set me up. See, I know you're from Baltimore, Maryland. I can smell the gunpowder. I see
oh,
go
boy.
ahead, John. I'm gonna let you try to set me up.
Okay.
But listen to the audience. You trying to set me up.
All right, so listen. All right, so hold up. For the record, everything you said, I agree with. I'm there with you. We eye to eye on that. Okay.
So you don't agree with everything because you wouldn't be.
No,
I agree to.
Listen, everything you just said, the whole spiel you just gave about Homo sapiens sapiens being a result or a composite of mixing. Okay, so we're there. We're both there, and it's all good. Okay.
But you
know, I agree too. You believe it or not, I agree with you, bro.
Okay, so hold up. So all right, so let me get this out, y'all. Let me get this out, because boy, you okay? So here it is. So we have this group of humans that we're calling Homo sapiens sapiens, who are what Unc said they are. Now they over in Africa chilling, and they meet up with a group of human beings that are not Homo sapiens sapien, okay? And we're calling those group of people archaic humans, all right? Now, when they meet up with those archaic humans and they interbreed with them and they have offspring, I asked you, Unc, what would you call those offspring? Your answer was I don't know at first, and then hold up. You said I don't know. Then I asked you, would you call them Homo sapiens sapiens? And that's when you said yes.
Yeah, because I said that was a mistake I made because I was reading this. I said I made.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, so you wouldn't call them Homo sapiens. All right, cool. So if that's the if that's the case, then we can end right there, because I was basing it on the answers you were giving me. So we could end it right there.
Yeah. So what was science called?
So the lesson learned is for Unc to pay attention to when somebody's talking to him.
Right, agree. What they were calling them, they're calling them Homo sapiens and Neanderthal. That's what science calls them. That's why we're using these terms.
All right, so yeah, that's funny. So
what? That science don't call them that. They say it's a mix between a Homo sapien sapien and a Neanderthal. When they found a bone in the caves of Israel, they found a half Homo sapien sapien and a half Neanderthal.
Wait,
that ain't what's walking around.
Hold up.
Yeah.
Wait, when you say half,
what was it, from the hip down? He was a Neanderthal. From the hip up, he was.
Or maybe the correct term is a hybrid.
No, they actually found a half Neanderthal, a half Homo sapiens sapien.
Wait.
Does anybody want to challenge Unc on this?
Man, you out of control.
Hey, Unc, I want to ask you, because that's confusing. Let me ask you this question. When you say
confusing.
Obviously
that was the baby. You get my point?
No, when you say hold up, when you say half what and half what? Say it again.
Yeah, they found the mix. They found the Neanderthal Homo sapien sapien mix in the cave in Israel.
Well, okay, when you say half, okay, when you say half, are you okay? Hold up. When you say half, are you talking about the bones or genetically? When you say half, so half of it was Homo sapien sapien.
Neanderthal features and Homo sapien features.
Oh, but it was distributed like all throughout the skeleton, or are you saying like the bottom half from the hip down was Homo sapien sapien, and from the hip up?
No,
well, as funny as that may sound, hold on. As funny as that may sound, that's exactly what the Australopithecus were. From the hips down.
That shit is genetically impossible, man. You need to cut that shit out.
From the hips down, they was human. From the top up, they was monkey. Absolutely. When I say monkey, I mean apes.
Come on, bro.
Hey, yeah, you got to be careful.
Back in New Wabiism, you tripping? Come on, bro.
You got to be careful with that monkey word, boy.
Yeah, all right. You know what I mean, though, man.
I know. Okay, so all right, so we have this Israel.
Yo said I went back to the why. Go ahead with that, James.
So you said, so we have this Israel person that's half Homo sapien sapien, and his top half is
right, but that just note it was in Israel.
Yeah, out of Africa for Naya. So let's make it clear for Naya that is not African. Woo, boy, I tell you, man. Listen, this African versus non-African. I'm gonna tell you. Listen, y'all. Look, there's an easy way to really kill. To eliminate all of the ambiguity and all that stuff, like when we get into geopolitical naming of continents and stuff like that, you know what will eliminate that is if we start using longitude and latitude coordinates, because then nobody can argue. If I say 29 point whatever east and 31 point whatever west, longitude latitude, nobody can argue with me on that. Just the same way if I say how's the weather outside, and one person say cold, other person say hot. See, that'll spark an argument. But if somebody were to say, "Hey, it's 72 degrees," see that's objective communication. That's being objective. That's objective language. So once we start incorporating numbers and things like that, it eliminates all that subjectivity. And so whether people like the word Africa or not, or all this stuff, and get into social constructs and geopolitical constructs, we can eliminate that by saying, okay, right here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know y'all are wondering what the hell was Unc talking about. Unc is referring to Denny. Okay, Denny is 90,000-year-old fossil specimen belonging to but it wasn't Homo sapien. Denny is actually a hybrid hominid. It's Neanderthal and Novus and hybrid girl. It's a girl is born with two different species. That information came out, was substantiated. It was mentioned in 2016, and they were calling it a Homo sapien in 2016. So Unc is Uncle was right in his argument. Because they originally classified it as Homo sapien, but they updated the information maybe a year or two later, a year and a half later than that. I know around 2018 it was updated, and it actually ended up being Denovison, Denovison. She did. So the 2018 scholarship updated it. So I can't get access to this actual article, but it's from Nature, the Journal of Nature. And it says, Mom's a Neanderthal, Dad's a Denovison, first discovery of an ancient human hybrid. But let's listen. Let's see if says something different.
Here in this
remember, this is 2017.
Area, this zone of this longitude and latitude area is where the maternal haplogroup N3 has its highest frequency. Now, if I say that, can nobody argue with me?
I'm trying to figure out who y'all is. Why do they got a problem with using the terms that we can understand up for today? We know what Europe is today, so why can't we use those terms?
Well, I'm just saying it confuses the conversation.
If archaic humans, right? If they're human, right? Why are they extinct? They're called archaic for a reason. They went extinct, bro. They went extinct for numerous reasons.
Because you got to remember that you got this social construct that's stuck in people's head of white, black, and then they got American, Asian. We're naming places, but then we're trying to name people and all that. So it gets real confusing real fast.
Okay, let me ask you this. Well, what's wrong with that? To describe people by what we call them today. What's wrong with that?
No, I'm saying we do it, but it's very, very vague. It causes confusion when we're trying to be specific. Like, for example, let's say you have a child. Let's say you're born in America, but you in the military, you over there in Japan on a base in Japan. You have a child in Japan. So
you talking with a non-African woman?
No, African woman, a black woman, whatever the case is.
Okay.
I ain't gonna put that on you. So, but you have the child over there, and so it's born and registered there. So by citizenship, it's Japanese. So if I were to say, so if you come over here and say, hey, my child is Japanese or whatever, people will have a certain social construct in their mind, stereotype, whatever, how that should be, and they would think that's odd. Like, wait a minute, what you mean Japanese? He ain't Japanese, or whatever the case is. Those are social, national, ethnical, and all those are different kind of constructs than what we're talking about biologically. That's all I'm saying. On a biological conversation, we're gonna have to make sure we make note of all that stuff. It's different. It's different. Can't do it. Can't do it. So I'm saying, even with the raised eyebrows as far as continental names, if we start using longitude, latitude coordinates, that will shut all that down.
But a lot of people don't know longitudes and latitudes, bro.
No, you're right. You're right. I'm not.
That means, so which one would be better to use? Let's do the math on that.
No. I'm saying in lay conversation, obviously I'll say Africa, but I'm saying when there's a contention that takes place, then if people don't like me saying Africa versus non, or let's just say like Asar said earlier, Diop considered the Middle East as Northeast Africa, but most people don't do that. So if Diop was having a conversation and he'll discuss people living over there in Israel, he may consider them African because it's in Northeast Africa, but people may disagree with that. So instead of going through
right about that,
right? So what I'm saying is, instead of going back and forth on that disagreement, had Diop say, well, I'm speaking about a group of population that's located in this latitude and longitude, then there's no argument.
Well, I wonder if Diop was alive today and he had the information that we have today, would he say that? See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying
information from the 70s but he didn't have the information to maybe change it, change it. Because I mean, I'm not saying that he did, but the DNA sequencing wasn't there for him to make this analysis.
I understand.
We know through DNA that anybody with that particular hair, but those hair follicles or that pigmentation has admixture. I'm pretty sure that he would probably say anywhere.
Well, no. The difference is Diop will still be right in sync with the genetic data. I'm saying how Diop chopped up the world's geography would be different. So because that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying.
The land masses changed. At one point, we probably was dominating that area and then got pushed back. So that could have happened at one point in time.
Okay, wait, but hold up. See, now what you just did, you mixed the humans on the land with the land itself. I'm saying that certain people demarcate land masses differently. So some people will consider the cutoff point of Africa at the Suez Canal area. And some people will include the Middle East.
Right.
Irregardless of who's standing on it. That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying to eliminate that confusion, if we use longitude and latitude, if it ever came down to it, that would eliminate that. That's all I'm saying. Just like the temperature example I gave you. If we were talking about the weather outside, I say it's cold and you say it's hot, then we're going to argue all day. But if we use an objective way of expressing it, and I say, hey, it's 72 degrees, there's no room for argument because it's precise and it's objective.
Yeah, agreed. I got you.
Yeah, that's all. Now you may think 72 degrees is cold, and I may think 72 degrees is hot. That's a different story, but it's still 72 degrees outside. Whatever. So anyway, so Uncle, you looking for something? Or nah, you got something? We've been on for 3 hours now.
I got it. Got it right here.
He got something else.
Was skull and.
Are we still live?
Got
to make sure we still live because I put the link out. I was thinking people would chime in because people have a lot to say in the comments, whether it's good or bad. I'm not saying negative.
Yeah, I don't think we live anymore. Somebody said the Facebook was choppy. Let me check.
Okay. So
anyway,
yeah, Uncle, if you
from skull or skull ass hominids, early modern humans are hominids fossils discovered in Kuzi.
You got shaving?
That's skull caves.
Well, I'm gonna ask, John, where are the archaic humans? Where are they?
Why did he do that a lot?
All back then, all the archaic humans that we're talking about, they're indigenous to the continent that we call Africa today.
Okay. Now hold on. Now what happened to them?
They became extinct.
Oh,
good.
So how did they come to become extinct? But now we done found out that Neanderthals ain't extinct.
Wait. Hold up. Wait.
So
the Neanderthals are extinct, man. The Neanderthals are extinct.
Giant pseudo as fuck.
I don't know where you getting that they're not extinct. The
Neanderthals, they're not extinct if their DNA still lives within people.
That's
all the previous DNA is found within.
Yeah, I'm saying, but they don't. I'm saying they don't say that like the archaic people are not extinct or where are they at in the timeline? Are they before Homo sapiens sapiens?
Yeah.
After Homo sapiens sapiens?
No, they're before. They're before.
Okay. So they live within the Homo sapiens sapiens and the Neanderthal.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Neanderthal, everybody will tell you, even Savante, Pablo will tell you that the Neanderthal as a species of Homo is extinct today. They're extinct. They're not walking around. But we have some of their genetics in modern man, in modern Homo sapiens sapiens today. But the Neanderthal itself is extinct.
Yeah, I get that. But what I'm saying, they still live through DNA, right? If the DNA is not
but that's true for everybody then. That's true for
right. Well, I mean, whatever they've discovered so far.
Yeah, that's
You know,
but that's true for all. That's true for all of what our DNA is composed of. Remember, we share 50% DNA with a banana.
Way. They said that Neanderthal was dead too at one point.
No,
Right.
Neanderthal is extinct. It has been extinct. It's you know, for the past what 40,000.
You didn't realize that the DNA still live in us. So technically, they still.
See, that's not news. Yeah, you're not saying that right, Joe. Because why they? If you now, what Pablo is saying is that DNA lives within all non-Africans. So what is he saying?
Wait a minute. I'm agreeing with. Listen, I'm saying.
I'm trying to make it clear because you saying that I ain't saying
the person that you're repeating is stupid because we just said that Neanderthal is extinct. Just because 1 to 2% of some DNA. Hold up. I was chewing. Bro, Homo sapiens sapien is an admixture of numerous archaic humans. I'm going to say it again. Homo sapiens sapien is an admixture of these different archaic humans. That's why you can find 1 to 2% over time. You can find 1 and 2% Neanderthal DNA in us. And in some people, you find a little bit more. And some people, you find a little bit less. Neanderthals do not exist. They are extinct. There is no Neanderthal. There's no Neanderthal on planet Earth. If you take a DNA test of everybody in the world, no one's going to come back with 70% Neanderthal DNA, 20% European DNA, and then 10% of some whole other shit, 1% African. That Neanderthal does not exist. They couldn't cohabitate and live.
saying that a pure Neanderthal is living, bro. I'm saying that they DNA still lives within all the non-Africans.
And that goes back to Unc's point. If you're going to use Neanderthal DNA, then you got to do what Lucky just did and say Homo erectus and every goddamn other archaic human. You got to say that they still living too. Are they? No. Why? Because we are a different species than all of the motherfuckers that are extinct. The conversation ends at species. We are a different species than our archaic hominid brothers and sisters. Okay? And white people are not Neanderthals. They are Homo sapiens sapiens. Okay? If they were Neanderthal, we wouldn't be able to create what we create with them. Meaning your little black, white mixed baby. Ain't nobody playing word. Listen, your comprehension is so low on the subject matter, you think everything is a word game. You sound remedially stupid. That's why you got to stop doing this shit. You ain't built for this.
And I agree with that statement.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm trying to get clear.
Yes.
Let me ask Wuja a question. Hey, Wuja.
Yes.
Are you the sum total of your ancestors?
Of my ancestors, yes.
So then, does humans have Neanderthal as ancestors? Homo sapiens outside of Africa?
Not all.
Some of them, though. No,
yes.
All the ones that left Africa. Am I correct?
All the ones that left Africa have some degree of Neanderthal genetics. Yep.
So, like James said, they ain't gone nowhere. They ain't extinct. They right there in white people. Yes, I see. I got you. See, I questioned you up.
See, yeah, that is kind of that's messed up, bro.
Okay, hold up. Now let me say, number one, I said I agree with. Hold up, wait. Wait, hold up. Let me say what I'm saying. No, it's funny. It's fun. I know it's joking. But listen, James, I agreed from the first time you said it that Neanderthals genes are still present to this very day. But like I said and clarified, that Homo neanderthalis is extinct. You can actually email the guy you keep mentioning, what's his name? Pablo.
You see how clear that was? Homo neanderthals are extinct. Damn the gene. They're extinct.
It's fun. I know it's joking. But listen, James, I agreed from the first time you said it that Neanderthals genes are still present to this very day. But like I said and clarified, that Homo neanderthalis is extinct. You can actually email the guy you keep mentioning, what's his name? Pablo.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying, but then
boom. So, cause that nigga, all that nigga do is name drop. He don't understand shit. He's still this dumb. He's still the same dumb that the way he is now. Neanderthal extinction may have been caused by sex, not fighting. So how the Neanderthals died out remains one of the biggest mysteries of evolution. A new paper proposes that Homo sapiens may have been responsible for the extinction of Neanderthals, not by violence, but through sex instead. Making love, not war, might have put the Neanderthals on the path to extinction. While about 2% of the genome of all people descending from those living outside of Africa is derived from Neanderthals, this is very little evidence that this process went the other way. A new paper published in the Journal of Paleoanthropology raises the prospect of interbreeding with our ancestors would have reduced the number of Neanderthals breeding with each other, leading to their eventual extinction. Though only 32 Neanderthal genomes have been sequenced to date, there's more as of 2023 to date, leaving it possible that the lack of Homo sapiens DNA in their genome is actually a quirk of sampling. The authors hope advances in DNA sequencing technology will be available to resolve this hypothesis by making more genomes available. Professor Chris Stringer, the museum researcher, leader in human evolution, authored the new paper alongside colleague Dr. Lucille Creek. Chris says, our knowledge of the interaction between Homo sapiens and Neanderthals has gotten more complex in the last few years, but it's still rare to see scientific discussion of how the interbreeding between the groups actually happened. We propose that this behavior could have led to the Neanderthals' extinction if they were regularly breeding with Homo sapiens, which could have eroded their population until they disappeared. The first encounters of Neanderthals and Homo sapiens. And then it goes on and talks about this. They spent at least 400 years evolving in this environment, adapting to predominantly cooler climates yet to find, yada, 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 yada. This is a proposed. Neanderthals and Homo sapiens interbreeding, right? I'm going to drop it in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Well, I don't know if I should drop this in the chat because Shy ain't going to read it. Sute will. Shy ain't reading it. That nigga stupid. Matter of fact, I don't even want this nigga talking in the chat no more. Fuck out of here, man. I'm gonna put you in timeout. I ain't gonna kick you out. That's for being stupid. Anyway, I'm gonna keep this same thing. Well, yeah, I'm gonna go back. Let me go back. Now, let's find evidence, right? Let's find a more updated source. That source was from 2022, October. So let's find one that's in 2023. We got National Geographic. There's another source out there that we actually can clip from to get to extinction. Look at this motherfucker. So he ain't got a whole lot of melanin, huh? Man, listen, I already got this. I don't even know why I ain't even saved in here, yo. But anyway, published March 6, 2023, 6-minute read. I'll drop it in the chat, but it's going to give some information regarding their existence. And hold on, let me see if I can sign in. This is my pet. Subscribe, no, log in. Should be on the same computer, yo. Continue, man. It's the same shit, yo. And they finna email. Oh, I guess it was my other one. See, there you go right there. The fuck? That was crazy, yo. Researchers soon realized that they had already encountered these human relatives in the earlier fossil record that has been found, misidentified throughout the 19th century. Discovery galvanized scientists eager to be more new theories of evolution, sparking worldwide fossil species. However, now known as Neanderthals, so named by geologist William King, Homo neanderthalis are humans' closest known relatives. Here's what to know about our human ancestors, including how they lived and why they died. So I want to go to why they died. Were Neanderthals intelligent? Researchers assume Neanderthals were brutish, hairy thugs, capable of bloody hunting. Some scientists have evidence that accumulates some surprisingly human-like characteristics among humans. Neanderthals used tools. They did all the other shit. Yep. They showing bones. Despite their ability to withstand the cold, Neanderthals are also thought to have processed animal hides and crafted clothing that could cover up to 80% of their bodies. Like humans, they are thought to have covered their feet. And another breakthrough was discovered Neanderthals have been capable of symbolic thought. When did they go? Why did they go extinct? Whatever their cognitive abilities, Neanderthals were ultimately doomed. However, the extinction is just contentious as other facets of their lives, and scientists still debate what caused them to disappear 40,000 years ago. Researchers know that in at least some cases, Neanderthals coexisted and even made it with Homo sapiens, which emerged out of Africa 300,000 years ago, but Homo sapiens eventually won out genetically, and the vast majority of modern human genes come from our African ancestors. Some surmise that competition from humans for food and shelter, our evolution that selected for more successful human traits, contributed to Neanderthals' extinction. Others think that because Neanderthals lived in such small groups, they simply became outnumbered by humans. Another hypothesis involves climate change. Scientists have documented 1,000-year-long cold snap in Central Europe that coincided with the Neanderthal extinction about 40,000 years ago, and that could have depopulated the species. Cooling is thought to have been less severe in areas populated by Homo sapiens. And those who embrace this theory believe that once Neanderthal populations declined, humans moved in and eventually became the dominant species worldwide. Still, another theory involves weapons. Perhaps early humans had better weapons and simply outbattled Neanderthals for food. Modern humans and Neanderthal DNA, right? This nigga think just because some genes still exist today that Neanderthals still exist. So, hey, hold up. I'm gonna use Sha-Wan's logic. I'm gonna use his logic, and I need y'all to listen to his logic real quick. So, because my grandmother is deceased, my grandmother still lives. I got her DNA in me, yo. She's still around, yo. She ain't dead. She in me. Yo, man, he keeps saying this shit. Why he keeps saying this, yo? He keeps saying it, yo. Like, that's why I put him on timeout. I ain't boot him out. I just put him on timeout because he keeps saying the stupid shit. Mudiwa's in the chat. Mudiwa in the chat. That boy Shah said, wait, hold up. I asked for the original humans. He said he asked for the original humans. Because I asked Sean 90 times, where did we come from? And he ain't answered. I did answer. I told you we are an amalgamation of our many archaic humans. What are you talking about? I said that like a long time ago, yo. Like I really did. And he kept asking a dumbass question. This nigga crazy, yo.
We just talking about the genetics. That's all.
Okay, and I agree with that. So there's no problem, no argument. I don't have no disagreement with that at all. But I further qualified that by saying we share 50% DNA with a banana. So human beings and a banana have a common ancestor at some point in the distant past.
I need to cut that out. See, when you start saying stuff like that,
it's true.
That's why I like bananas. Now I know why.
We
We share DNA with a lot of stuff that you may not.
I know all this, but see, that's what I'm saying. Like when they start saying about the that 2% and then that 2 to 5% between different species of humans, and then you say you got 2% different between the chimp. That 2% is a lot of percentage.
Yes, because Sister Naya mentioned that human genome consists of what, 3.5 billion nucleotide what is it?
Yeah, base pairs.
Right. So when we talk in percentage, that still can accumulate to a whole lot of genetic material. So you're absolutely right. And plus it depends on what part that's coded for what. And it could be coded for something that surfaces in morphology or the physical appearance of things that make a big drastic difference, so it all depends, because you're dealing with billions of code, billions of it and so we had mentioned it earlier that what geneticists can determine in the directionality of the migrations and all that through the timeline is because of how these codes are inherited. Some of these codes are inherited in big chunks. And so they know that there's a subset of a larger code when that happens. And anytime you have a subset of a larger code, the larger code is a priority, meaning that it comes before. And that's how they could tell in far as timeline wise, which came before the other. And
I mean, that machine that they,
y'all cut me off, man.
That machine that they came up with, where you can do the base pairs and all that. That's how they was able to get a clear view of actually what's going on.
Hey James.
So
you actually cut me off in the middle of reading. I wanted to put that Skull Cave. It's SKHUL Skull, and I think it's QAFZEH School and.
Was it a magazine or a link?
Hominin is a link. I'll give it to you.
Okay, I was gonna say if you could share you could share it if you want. Share your screen.
Hope you ain't sharing none of that stuff like Young Pharaoh be doing, bro.
Oh, no, I ain't doing that. Yeah.
The little aliens and all that kind of like, it's an alien in a kidney.
Man, this is look, hold up, James. Let me make something clear. This is a no pseudo zone, okay? So
I'm just saying, Pharaoh, he's just a kid, so I don't be tripping. I'm cool with everybody, but I'm just saying, I just would be hard for me to believe that that's a half of a body or 1.5 of the body.
No, I didn't say that.
I know what I'm saying. That would be something else.
So right here, say the remains exhibit a mix of traits found in archaic and anatomically modern humans. Am I saying this right?
Be something else.
So right here, say the remains exhibit a.
Hope you ain't sharing none of the. That's how they was able to get a
think it's QAFZEH. School and
Was it a magazine or a link?
Hominin is a link. I'll give it to you.
Okay, I was gonna say if you could share you could share it if you want. Share your screen.
Hope you ain't sharing none of that stuff like young Pharaoh be doing, bro.
Oh no, I ain't doing that. Yeah.
The little alien.
Skull and Kazif hominids. The skull, Kazif hominids. Early modern humans are fossil human hominid fossils discovered in Eskol and Kazi caves in Israel. They are today classified as Homo sapiens. Among the earliest of their species in Eurasia, Skull Cave is on the slopes of Mount Carmel, and Kazif Cave is a rock shelter near Nazareth and Lower Galilee. This is why I wanted him to say what he's saying, because the other one is what I already mentioned. Now, history, the remains exhibit a mixed trait found. Here you go. The remains exhibit a mix of traits found in archaic and anatomically modern humans. They have been tentatively dated at 80 to 120,000 years ago. Using electron, paramagnetic resonance, and thermoluminescence dating techniques. The brain was similar to modern humans, but they possessed bridges and a projecting facial profile like Neanderthals. They were initially regarded as a transitional from Neanderthals to anatomically modern humans, or as a hybrid between Neanderthals and modern humans. Neanderthal remains have been found nearby Kibera Cave that dates 61,000 to 48,000 years. But it is hypothesized that the skull Kazif hominids had died out 80,000 years ago because of drying and cooling conditions favoring a return of Neanderthal population, suggesting that the two types of hominids never made contact in the region. A more recent hypothesis is the skull Kazif hominids represent the first exodus of modern humans from Africa to 125,000 years ago, probably via the Sinai Peninsula, and that the robust features exhibited the skull Kazif hominids represent archaic sapiens features rather than Neanderthal features. I ain't gotta keep on reading that, but I just wanted to put this on the screen in Unc's defense in his case, and so he could show you what he was talking about. But the remains of 15 hominids, 8 of them children, were recovered in this place. So today they're calling them Homo sapiens. But they were not, excuse me, they were not prior. So there you have it. And that's how science works. Now we can probably go and garner more information from it, but I wanted to put that on the screen. Now, Sutek is about to go live here, y'all, so I ain't gonna spend much more time on this shit. I appreciate Shah's passion. It's wrong, though. It's a lot of wrong passion. Make sure you subscribe to Kofi Pie-Side Research Team, because Brother Sutek is about to go live. He's about to get it in. And we're about to make this shit happen. And I'm about to mess with my dogs while we're making this shit happen. I see Nunu just finally came up in the building about 4 hours late. Desmond, yeah, Desmond, you're right. Absolutely, you're right, Desmond. Why the fuck that jump back like that? Damn, y'all act like y'all don't even want me to get off. I done did a whole shift, smoked a blunt at the house, and now kid at football practice, and y'all still at it. Yep. Sutek finna go live. Shah, what is the earliest, because came into existence sounds creationist. He is a creationist. Shah is a creationist. Shah said we've been here. There's no original or first human. It's all pseudo. That's a pseudo claim. So I don't know why you still holding on to that. But he will not commit to say that people been all over the earth. Well, he actually said it, but he won't say it in his chat. Sha Pseudo, that's your new name, yo. All right, so look, Sutek about to crank it open. There's 30 people in here, yo. I'm gonna put the link to the video in the description, in the chat. We're gonna continue the conversation. The conversation is continuing over on Kofi Pi Research Team channel. You know what I'm saying? Big up Virginia. You know, big up to Virginia over there. That's your man's. You know what I'm saying? Cujo. You know what I'm saying? Big up Virginia. You ain't said nothing in the chat, but I know you're there. Again, I'm dropping the link to Kofi Pi TV in the chat where we will continue this conversation. And, you know, maybe Sutek is more patient than I am, and he lets the pseudo on the panel. I just don't hear that shit. Sha, you pseudo, bro. Just relax. You pseudo. Sha rubbing his quartz, his crystal quartz. There's the link to the channel. There's the link right there. Sutek is gonna go live and he gonna start the show off right. Make sure y'all go over there, man. Tap in, share it in the Discord. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you tapped in because he finna hit that button. And we're gonna continue this. And listen, Sha, I know you still here, yo. I gotta this was Sha, yo. Straight up.
Hold up! You gonna get this work! You gonna get this work, nigga! I killed you. Hold up! You gonna get this work!